Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Guten Morgen, Germ Corp. Good morning, my lady, Sabrina. Already dropping that news in there. Thank you so much, Sabrina. You are the bestest. How's everybody feeling? The market's feeling good. The market's feeling real good. Everything deep in the green, opening right where we left off yesterday. Maybe even a little bit greener. Ron D, what's up, Ron? Good morning, good morning. Was thinking about you last night, Ron, when I seen what Rocket Lab was doing up to 438 in the pre-market. Not sure if you're still holding it. I know you got in at 380, I think. 438 now in the pre-market for RKLB. Beautiful trade there. So yeah, everything up. Goldman Sachs earnings this morning, they beat. Johnson & Johnson, they beat. So mostly through the banking gauntlet so far, and everything come out smelling like roses. Starboard Value takes a stake in State Street. I didn't see State Street's earnings. They came out this morning as well. Not seeing how they were. Let's see. State Street reports third quarter 2022 earnings per share of $1.80. Intend to repurchase about $1 billion of common stock in the fourth quarter of 2022. And let's see, revenue beat. Expenses came in lower. Net interest income up $660 million versus $487 million estimate. Not seeing much movement. No action in the pre-market on State Street that I'm seeing. Yeah, no action at all on it, so that's weird. Junk Savvy, good morning, good morning. Still holding, Ron? Awesome, awesome, awesome. What's up, Grant? Good to see you, good to see you. So another day of, have we found the bottom? I mean, I guess we got to look at it like there's a chance now, right? I'm still not ready to, put my stamp on that, but you got to look at the money that's been coming in these last 2 days. Now, do we get a day like we had Friday, or later on this week and give all those gains back? Possibly. And when you look at the big picture, let's not get too ahead of ourselves, guys. I mean, this is a recovery has to start somewhere. I'm not saying this isn't it, you know what I mean? But let's zoom out and let's look at, the NASDAQ still down over 30% on the year. S&P down and the Dow both down over 20%. So still a lot of room to go. There you go. CRM activist investor Starboard discloses stake in Salesforce. No dollar amount disclosed. They're making a big deal about that too, Sabrina, because it's been kind of up there is the breaking news. For the last 15 minutes. Kramer's yelling about it right now. And Salesforce is up 5.5% at 155.35. What's up, crypto investor? I can't do that, man. I'll work on it and see if I can get it down for you. Because I don't want to do it and disappoint you because I hear how good yours is. So. Your dad got burned there at the end of the game. Almost a big win for the Broncos last night. Well, and so let me ask you this, Junk Savvy. I don't know a lot about starboard value, but I do know that activist investors typically buy into a company to disrupt something about it. Now we're seeing a pop on that, but if you're holding, are you worried long term? And I guess that doesn't just go for Salesforce. I guess that could be said for any company when you see an activist investor get involved. I think it has to, I think you can't just take it and look at it always in a positive way. Arctic Fox Alaska, good morning, good morning. Great to see you, my man. Tennis is physical. RIBT prices 1 million share offering at $150 a share. BT. Okay, so the stock down a little bit on that news. Dropped to 137, down about 14%. You know, that could be a good buying opportunity. This is a direct offering, so it's not going into it's not a public offering. It's not, so possibly an overreaction here. And tennis, I know you know a lot about this company. No, and that's why I asked Junk Savvy, because like I said, I don't know about Starboard or Jeffrey Smith. I figured you would have some information on that. But like I said, I think you always have to, you look at somebody like Ryan Cohen getting involved in Bed Bath & Beyond. Things like that. He was looking to disrupt. He was looking to and when I say disrupt, I don't mean in a bad way. I don't mean it's always that they're trying to sabotage the company or anything like that. I think that they're activists. That's why they're called that. They're not passive, investors. They don't just put their money in there. Tiger Global backed Loginext seeks $100 million for expansion. U.S.-based software firm could be valued at about $800 million. Alibaba, Decathlon, and SingPost among startups clients. Well, those are big clients. I would like to have those on my client list. Grumpy, I will get on that, my friend. Streamlabs and Enzo, I'm pretty sure, had a late night fight last night. When I went to bed, they were in like the 14th round. So I'm not sure who won. Streamlabs isn't here. Enzo isn't here. I don't know. ATXI, Avenue Therapeutics, up 16% in the pre-market. Let's see, no new news. We had some news yesterday. 13G filing from CVI Investments shows a 6.6% stake in the company for ATXI. But not seeing what this big pop is for. And coming down from where it popped earlier, it ran all the way up to 420. Arctic Fox, ATXI, it was up at 420 at about 8:45. So could be another run there. Hills Bills, what's up, Hills Bills? Good to see you, good to see you. Randy, what's up, Mr. Stogner? Yeah, that's what it was, and I don't know who won. I mean, I've been checking on them. I try to not get involved. You know what I mean? It was a one-on-one fight. Streamlabs got some good ones in. Enzo got some good ones in. Alright, so we got our two news sleuths just dropping endless knowledge in there. Junk Savvy, Sabrina, thank you so much. You guys are the absolute best. Let's take a look at what mainstream media has to say. 5 things to know before the stock market opens on Tuesday. And the first thing, is this a real rally or not? Stocks had a great day to start the week. The Dow surged 550 points and S&P 500 jumped over 2.6%. But Monday was especially kind to the NASDAQ, which rose 3.4% to notch its best day since way back in late July. Can this last though? Question mark. Futures on Tuesday morning indicated we could be in for more gains. So far, companies have delivered decent earnings reports, and after creating so much market turmoil with the tax cut heavy economic plan, the UK government has reversed course, even if the Prime Minister is in the hot seat. But nothing is simple as long as inflation remains high and the Fed is dead set on hiking rates to cool prices. Guy Adami, Director of Advisor Advocacy at Private Advisor Group, said, I think this is going to be one of those bear market rallies that has people scratching their heads. Well, not us. We know what's going on. Number 2, Microsoft confirms layoffs. Not big news here. I think just more of the same. More signs that the economy's in great shape. More airstrikes in Ukraine. Not sure what to make of this. I've heard reports that that gas leaks could have caused certain things, so don't know what's going on there. Netflix earnings after the bell. We talked about that in the video. We'll talk about that a little bit more today. And then number 5 is just lies, so we won't look at that. So that is the 5 things that mainstream media wants you to know before the market opens today. Remark Holdings successfully appeals NASDAQ delisting notice. NASDAQ hearing panel grants until January 11, 2023 to meet the minimum bid price requirement. Okay, and what was the stock we were looking at the other day that we couldn't fit? Zomedica. I'm still trying to figure out why they get a pass, why they have been out of compliance for so long and able to not be delisted. Yeah. I think that's just a political move there, Junk Savvy, in an attempt to lower gas prices before the midterms. The Biden admin set to release 10 to 15 million more barrels of oil from the reserves. Reserves headed down towards 50% levels. Not good. Not good. Not good. A little bit of temporary relief, which I think will be minuscule at best, to try to sway an election. And again, I do not doubt for a second that if the shoe was on the other foot, maybe a different party was in there, that they would be doing the same thing. So I'm not trying to make it like that. I just think that it's... but it's like we do with so many situations here. A small bit of gratitude now for a lot of pain down the line. And hate to see it, but it's out of our control. So, we roll with it. Johnson & Johnson exceeds earnings expectations. Pharma sales rose 2.6% to $13.21 billion, beating the $13.03 estimate. Sales of medical devices rose 2.1%. Total sales Q3 rose 1.9% to $23.79 billion, beating the $23.34 billion estimate. And then, so when are they're splitting up, or they're branching off J&J, correct? They are, I think the consumer goods is branching off into one thing. I'm not 100% sure on it. I did listen to the CEO for a few minutes earlier. Yes, Junk Savvy. And there is talk of vaccinating the birds. So... yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that works. But yeah, bird flu. Oh, exactly, Junk Savvy, exactly. The more oil we have to buy to fill the reserves at 120 a barrel when we hit critical levels, 100%, in a ploy to maybe knock 20-30 cents off at the pump, which will it even do that? I think just that buzzword, I think, unfortunately, I think so many people are misinformed they think that this is a good thing. I think they look at it like, oh, the president's doing something to cut down on those oil prices. Go Ukraine. You know what I mean? Like, I think for the most people, I don't think that they see the big picture as far as releasing those, as far as releasing that oil. But we hear it outside the charts. We don't just look at inside the charts, so we know what's up. Goldman Sachs shares jumped, posting firmer than expected Q3 earnings, declared a $2.50 dividend, and unveiled plans to restructure its 4 business divisions. Yeah, so the banks seem to do pretty good. I mean, we're through the big banks for the most part. Arctic Fox. You say that joking, Arctic Fox, but is it really that far-fetched? Taiwanese tech giant Foxconn, best known for assembling Apple's iPhone, hopes to one day make cars for Tesla as it ramps up EV manufacturing in a strategy to diversify its business. Thank you for that, Junk Savvy, because that just reminded me, and I wanted to pull this up earlier. So BYD, let's see. China's biggest electric car maker said third quarter net profit likely more than quadrupled as it extends its sales lead over Tesla, the world's largest auto market. So BYD overtaking Tesla. This is a Warren Buffett-backed China EV play. Robust sales and a product range broader than any other EV competitors have in turn allowed the company, which is 19% owned by Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway, to significantly reduce costs per vehicle. An improved product mix led by vehicles such as its upmarket Han sedan has also helped drive earnings. BYD estimated net profit for July to September quarter to come in between 5.5 billion yen and 5.9 billion yen, which is 765 to 820 million US dollars. An increase of 333% to 365% from the same period a year earlier. So is this a situation where it's just keeping up with demand? Do we think Tesla has anything to worry about as far as is them, overtaking them or anything like that? Arctic Fox, ATXI popping, up over $4 again, 402 on ATXI. Okay. That's a J&J splitting into 2 publicly traded companies, one focusing on consumer health and the other housing its prescription drug and medical device business. Perfect. Thank you, Junk Savvy. Yeah, I had them and 3M confused. 3M is branching into 3 separate companies. We've got quite a bit of that coming up. We got Kellogg's splitting apart. Who else? I know there's a few other ones that are making similar moves. CVS Health shares of Cano Health, and I think Crypto for Us All may have took a chance on that yesterday on a recovery play. They plunged nearly 50% on Monday following speculation out of deal reporter CVS has abandoned a pursuit for a takeover deal with Cano. Okay. So you think not just this company, but other companies, you think Tesla should be worried? Yeah, I hate to say this, I feel like it's a little bit of arrogance, maybe on Elon's part, maybe not arrogance, but maybe they've been the leading competitor for so long. They haven't really had competition. They have, but not big competition, not meaningful competition. And, maybe it's the same that what we're seeing with Netflix. Netflix just coasted for so long, kind of almost the same time frame with them too. Netflix was so ahead of the game before other companies started catching up on streaming, and I think we're seeing kind of that same situation with EVs. And unfortunately for Tesla, I feel like they were not the test subject, but you got to think that the companies that are flourishing now have learned a lot from Tesla's rise to success, because it wasn't all sunshine and roses for Tesla. They were on the verge of bankruptcy more than a couple times, and I think there's just a lot of data. Plus, Tesla was always getting subsidies and stuff, but we've never seen a green movement like we have right now. So, yeah, I agree. Tesla should probably be worried about market share there. If they present that, though, I doubt it. And Tesla's earnings tomorrow after the bell. Oh, Germ Corp, you know the answer to that. The answer to that. It says banks done okay. I wonder how the clients did. Probably not so good. Probably not so good. CBS Frog, good morning, CBS Frog. We got 9 minutes before the open. So Beyond Meat, they laid a bunch of people off, including the gentleman that bit that person's nose off, or bit their ear off, or the COO, I think it was. Yeah, so they cleaned house there. Ton of layoffs. Bunch of price targets cut. Up in the pre-market, up almost 3%, 1381. Well, CBS Frog, I hope you have a great day as well. Appreciate you being here. VNet buyout. Buyout firm CDH Investments and PAG weighed bids for U.S.-listed Chinese data center company VNet Group. Was it the nose? I thought it was. I wasn't sure if I was remembering Dirty Work, that movie, or not. But yeah, that was pretty crazy. I don't know much about the guy outside of that, but I don't know. I think he was the COO. And I'm looking for a little bit of stability in my COO. So I love it. I love these guys on TV right now, and we've seen this over the last 4 months. We've seen a headline like this. I'm looking at a headline. Microsoft confirms the layoffs, and these same people that are covering this story will tell me later on today how strong the job force is, and this and that, and everything's strong. And it's like, how many big companies do you have to report massive layoffs before you admit the truth? I see that they're easing us into it, because what they're doing now is they're playing that angle of unemployment has to go up for inflation to come down. Unemployment's already up. We know that. And no offense, because I'm sure in some of your guys' areas that there's plenty of jobs and things are booming. It ain't like that everywhere. It's definitely not like that here. Sure, every McDonald's you find is hiring. I will say that. And nothing against working at McDonald's. I don't want you guys to misinterpret that. I'm not saying that. But as far as quality jobs in the areas where people have degrees, things like that, they're drying up. They're drying up, and we've seen it. We've. Can you guys think of a company that employs, let's say, over 100,000, let's say over 50,000 people in America that we haven't either seen massive layoffs, massive hiring freezes, things like that? And 5 years ago, that might not have been a huge deal, because we would have said, well, they're small businesses. Where? Small businesses were decimated over the last 3 years. So it's not like, I don't know. I don't buy into what they're saying, and I can see how the narrative shift is going. We're seeing more people now saying that a recession is maybe possible. That's neither here nor there. 5 minutes before the casino opens, guys. Oh, nice, nice. That is great to hear, Lobo. Great to hear. Hopefully, it's a speedy, quick visit. Taking stitches out is usually a pretty simple process, so hopefully there's no complications or anything. And awesome, awesome, awesome. I'm sure he'll be back to 100% in no time. Germ Corp. IMRX Immuneering Corporation Phase 1-2A study of IMM 1-104 in participants with previously treated RAS mutant advanced or metastatic solid tumors posted to clinical trials website. Let's see, to present poster on IMM 6-415 at the 37th annual meeting for the Society of Immunotherapy of Cancer. Well, I'm all for immunotherapies of cancer, so we'll keep an eye on that meeting and see what we get coming out of that. INBK, Treasury Prime announces banking as a service partnership with First Internet Bank. And 4 minutes, guys. 4 minutes, and once again, I'm kind of dumbfounded because I expected, I didn't expect a run up like we're seeing right now. Now, if that holds, I hope it does. I hope it does. I'm not cheering against the market by any means. I'm just being cautious. I think we all should. Let's ride this wave up if we can, but let's keep a close eye for any indicators that we're coming back to reality. Digital gaming company Snail to offer 5 million shares in IPO priced at $5 to $7 each. Yeah, so we've seen kind of the IPO craze die down a little bit. Maybe we'll see. There are a few interesting IPOs coming up in the next couple of weeks. We'll keep an eye on, but I think people started going a little bit too heavy on IPOs after the HKD run up, and kind of people were having a little bit of false hope. Putin Morgan, Amsterdam or Netherlands. Great to see you, Birdie. Great talking with you earlier this morning. All right, 2 minutes. There we go. Now I could finally take a sip of my coffee. I've been waiting for you, Hyde. Good to see you. Cheers, brother. American Airlines will pay millions over huge passenger problem. The airline has settled a long-running class action lawsuit charging for baggage fees not owed. Yeah, what's a couple million? What's millions for American Airlines? Now, did they have... Let me check. I know we have one major airline tonight. I think it's... I'm pretty sure it's American. United, I'm sorry. United is after the bell. So we got Netflix, United, Interactive Brokers, and First National Bank. So that's after the bell today. And then tomorrow we have Procter & Gamble, Ally, Abbott Labs, and a few others before the bell. And then the big one after the bell tomorrow, Tesla and IBM. All right, 20 seconds. Let's make this a great day, guys. And as always, keep an eye on your own chart. You will get that slight YouTube delay. And there we are. We are off, guys. Very true, Tennis. How many times will the airlines get bailed out? Yeah, and they've been called out for it. They didn't quite drag them in like they did the oil people. But they've been called out on it, but it's just more of the same. You know, they were asked, tennis, they asked the CEO of, I forget which airlines, but they said, you know, how are you able to do this in good conscience and when the American people have bailed you out so many times? And, you know, it was the runaround. It was nothing big. Birdie keeping a close eye on GME this week. Thursday, it'll be 60 days after the stock dividend. Last day, GME can take action on DTCC for handling that as a regular split. Okay, so that's Thursday. We'll see if we get any action. And GME, AMC, and APE ripping out the gate. GME up 6.5%, 27.70. And you know what? Enzo called this out yesterday, guys. He pointed out that Max Payne went up over the weekend, hit $29 for GameStop. So we had a little inclination. Could be completely market related. APE up almost 10% at 206. AMC up almost 7% at 679. Markets opening, like I said, right where they left off, with the Dow up 1.95%, the S&P up 2.25%, NASDAQ cooking up 2.65%. Let's see how long this will hold, guys. Let's not get too carried away. But again, you got to celebrate it a little bit, but not get ahead of ourselves. That's all. That's right. Hyde. Woo! It's all green, baby. It's all green. It's all green. And that RMed, let's see, Raw Medical Systems falling, still up there at the top. The gainers up 38%, but big red candles to open up 749 on RMED. And what was the news on that? Okay, and this was after yesterday the completion of a 7.6 million at the market facility. Let's see. So the company sold 1,072,246 shares of common stock at an average of $7.09 per share, and that's currently trading at $7.53. ATXI still pushing up, 409, up 20% there now for ATXI. EQOS up 27% at 33 cents. Affirm Holdings making a little move, up almost 9% over the $20 mark, 20.06 on Affirm. What would a day be without drug running? DRUG up 6% at 106. I like it, Tennis. Tennis, give me a time frame on this. This is a long-term hold for you? I know we've talked about Rice Brand Technologies many a time. And you gotta like this dip. You gotta like this dip with a private offering having just took place with no strings attached. This isn't one of those direct offerings where you have to do math. So we've seen these in the past couple weeks. We've seen companies do offerings that were private offerings around the share price, but always with the caveat of adding a warrant onto it or something like that. This was straight sold the shares for $1.50, and you can pick them up right now for $1.40. You know, and again, I'm not saying that that's guaranteed. I'm not saying that anything is guaranteed, but when you just look at the numbers on that, you look at that a private investor was willing to pay $1.50 and spend $1.5 million. They have to know something. Still a real low float stock, 5.08 million, low market cap, only 7.27 million. So when you talk about bringing in 1.5 million, you're talking about roughly 15-20% of your total market cap. So I like it. I like the RIBT, not financial advice, but good move there. Arctic Fox at ATXI continuing to push up, 414, now up 22%. Beyond Meat, we talked a little bit about that, up 5.75%, 1420 on Beyond Meat. Rocket Labs, another one. Hope to sell it for. Okay, I was just making sure. I was pretty positive, Tennis. I just wasn't sure if you were just dipping and ripping this one. But speaking of dipping and ripping, Rocket Labs now up 5%, 442. Awesome. That is a 62 cent gain there for Ron D. I love it. Great play. Kano, up almost 3% today. So crypto, that might be worth the worth the lottery ticket. I like it. We're at 485, just about 3% gains there. Rick Cogswell, what's up, Rick? Good morning. Great to see you, buddy. Hope you are doing well. DraftKings, and who was it? Was it you too, Crypto, that picked up the call on DraftKings for November 11th? November 11th, am I right? I might be off a day or two there, but I know it's about a week after their earnings. You might want to keep an eye on it. We're up 5.5% today. If you're looking at that call, I think it's a call that you're holding. If you're looking at it, you may go green today. May want to, not financial advice, but may want to take some profit, and then hopefully not between now and then you get a dip, and you can probably grab that same call and play it into the earnings like you were looking at. So just something to keep an eye on. Like I said, it's only because I'm seeing it up 5% today. If it keeps running, take them profits when you can, brother. You know what's up, though. And we still moving up. All three indices holding above the 2% gains, with the Dow up 2.02%, S&P up 2.08%, and the NASDAQ up 2.32%. And we'll get the heat map here in just a minute, but I have a sneaky suspicion we're gonna see nothing but green on it when we do pop it up. CCL. Good old Carnival Corp. Yeah, and you're always in tune with those as far as the travel. Up 10% now, 796 on Carnival. And let's see, they announced today an offering of $1.25 billion senior priority notes due 2028 to be issued by Carnival Holdings Limited for refinancing. And I don't know the exact ins and outs of that, but here's a basic explanation. So they commenced an offering of $1.25 billion of senior priority high-yield bonds that mature in 2028. Proceeds will be used to make principal payments on debt and for general corporate purposes. As part of the deal, the company and subsidiaries will contribute 12 unencumbered vessels to Carnival Bermuda, which will continue to be operated under the company's Carnival's PLCs or another unit's brands. That still doesn't give me a lot of clarity, but basically restructuring debt, moving money around. That makes perfect sense, Arctic Fox. That makes perfect sense. Your wife was a travel agent for over a decade. Yeah, because I've seen you talk about the travel industry, not just when it's at the forefront. Not, you know what I mean? So appreciate that. That makes 100% sense though. AVCT, American Virtual Cloud Technology, another big day today, up 9%. Had a great day yesterday, 245 now for AVCT, and maybe something is in the works. We had a lot of buyout talk, a lot of buyout rumors. Nothing really came to fruition. The reverse split happened, and there's been some downside since then, but maybe we see maybe something is cooking, or maybe it's just market related, maybe it's just recovery. And again, guys, if you're holding something like that, make sure to zoom out. Make sure to zoom out because, for example, if you lose 30% on a stock, say over a week, 2 weeks, a month, you got to remember math. You got to remember if that same stock goes up 30% in the future, you're not back to square one. And I'm not trying to talk to anybody like you guys are ignorant or anything like that. These are mistakes I make myself just in glancing at things. So make sure that you're always taking into consideration your costs, things like that. Percentages can get squirrely when you just look at something on the surface. All right, we're 11 minutes into the trader day and looking to be a fantastic day here. I mean, I think there'll be some kind of break to the downside, but it's not showing. Corda Therapeutics will not use shares for December 2022. $6.2 million interest payment on secured debt. Yeah, well, and it's, you know, it's an easy mistake, Tennis. It's an easy mistake where, you know, people can get excited, but that's why you buy those dips and sell those rips. Let's see how we look across. So China and Shanghai, the only red up there on that global map. Okay, Junk Savvy saying be careful with ABCT. Have some golden crosses incoming on multiple time charts. Dumps then pumps. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I don't know how to respond to that one, Tennis. I'm not sure what I'm allowed to talk about. You know, it was the number 5 thing that they wanted people to be aware of before the market opened today. And, you know, I'm not I'm not a doctor. I'm not a epidemiologist or anything like that, but I do encourage everybody to do their own research and see what's out there. According to the Yahoo report, Tennis, 300 people a day are still dying from it. I'm going to go ahead and call bullshit on that. But again, I'm not a doctor. So it seems... I don't know. I mean, it's in what other realm could you make a product? That's like you, Tennis. That's like you coming out with a tennis racket, right? Forcing people to buy the tennis racket, and then revealing down the line that you never tested that racket to make sure that it had the ability to play tennis. I don't know if that's a good way of explaining it, but that's basically how it is, and it's black and white. I'm not here to tell you guys something is good, something is bad, anything like that. I'm here to encourage you to do your own research. You know, that's all, because it's out there. It's out there, and it's not out there on Reddit. It's not out there. You know. Look at what was said in Parliament last week, and I think you'll have a better understanding of what's going on and how to approach it. And that'll probably be the last time they let us on YouTube. Uh, KPRX halted to the upside. What in the bananas is going on? Halted at $7.90. Woo! And I'm not seeing any news or anything like that. So we will be, Caesar. We're gonna have to be, I think. Hey, maybe we'll jump on Parlor too. You know, I'm hoping that Kanye says, "Hey, if you come to Parlor, you can listen to my music in the background." You know, maybe he'll waive all copyright things on Parlor. And it's funny, Caesar. I forget what I was watching. I was watching some kind of mainstream media, and they did the same thing that I did, and I felt like such a jerk. They called him Ye. They were like, Mr. Kanye West, who now goes by the term Ye. And I'm like, wow, was that what I sounded like? So, thanks for keeping me up to date, Caesar, on the lingo. And CCL crossing that $8 mark now. Carnival up over that $8. Just got up 10%. I'm not sure how to take that, Lobo. I mean, you should have let me know. I could have used my Barry White voice. Yeah, you missed the spot, Lobo. Oh. Make sure to rinse, big homie. Stocks pulling back. The S&P dipping under 2%, up 1.87. The Dow up 1.64. NASDAQ up 2.15. Let's take a look at this heat map. And what the what? Okay, so this is interesting. This is a... this threw me off a little bit here. Almost like a highlight magazine or something, like which of these kids is doing the wrong thing. J&J, after good earnings, they shot up. They were up about 2.5–3% on those earnings. So J&J, the pimento in the sea of green, as well as Truist Financial Corporation. And now, did they have their earnings? I think they had their earnings before the bell. So let's see. Let's see. Earnings per share, 124 versus an estimate of 124. Revenue was up 249 million. So not seeing the downside there. There may have been something on the earnings call that isn't being put in print that could account for that, but one of the few red spots, and then Signature Bank down there. So a couple banks and J&J. Other than that, everything else green. And hey. A little tingly. I like it. I like it, tennis. Play it on the way back down. Well, Lobo, don't forget I am from Minnesota. So why don't you tell me then, Lobo? Why don't you tell me? My Jesse Ventura used to be a lot better when I smoked cigarettes. It helped. NRBX, Junk Savvy. I'm not seeing NRBX. Well, Heidenreich will tell you he's from Minnesota. Why don't you tell me, Hyde? I'm not seeing NRBX, Junk Savvy. Am I missing something? I'm sorry. FNGD. So that is the FANG plus inverse index. So that's down just about 6% right here, 62.05. And I know you chart that thing quite frequently, tennis. So I know you have an entry point in mind when and if we see this reverse. NRB, oh, okay. Neurobo Pharmaceuticals, 1338, up about 6.5%. KPRX still halted to the upside, and it is off. Just as I say that, KPRX off and flying. Ran up to $8.99, now at $8, and pushing through that $9 mark. I'm not going to try to commentate this because it is ripping. Let's see, new high $9.19. Surprised it didn't get halted there to the upside. 32 degrees. Yeah, it was about 37 here yesterday, Hyde. But boy, it felt colder. You know those days, Hyde, where the wind just doesn't stop and just hits you in a way that, you know what I mean, just, oh, it was so cold. And that was the K1 100, K10 100. I know I just botched that. Hold on. I thought I knew the name of the drug that Kiora had, but let me pull it up. I know it's something with okay. KIO 100. So phase 1 trial results for KIO 100 as a treatment for ocular inflammatory disease. That demonstrate its potential as a treatment for non-infectious uveitis and ophthalmic inflammatory disease. The results were published today in a paper titled "A New Small Molecule DHODH Inhibitor Targeting Activated T Cells for Intraocular Treatment of Uveitis, Phase 1 Clinical Trial." So that was not just released, but published, which is a big deal in the medical field. Cooling off a little bit around the 820 mark, 828 now for KPRX. So we hit that high at 934, but still cruising along, up 34% on the day. Carnival Arctic Fox up to 815 and keep moving. Caesar, let me know when NRBO is up 250% so I can check how much I'm still down. I love you, Caesar, because you know what? I love those days, Caesar, when you're able to clear a bag. I love it because we've seen a lot of them, Caesar. We've seen a lot of them where on just a random Tuesday, all of a sudden Caesar's got a bag and we just see it going out the window because he's cleared it. So it'll happen, brother. It'll happen. Nobody holds bags the way that you do, Caesar. And I mean that with the utmost respect. You know that because for a long time, I think when people were just dumping stuff and, you know what I mean, you held through a lot of them. And I'm not saying everyone made a full recovery or anything like that, but we did see a lot of, we've seen a lot of recoveries in your portfolio. I love it. I love it. And that's the beautiful thing about stock trading and what we do is there's no do it this way and that's the only way. You know what I mean? Everybody in here right now has a different trading style, and you know, sure, we all work together to bounce ideas off each other and to, you know, formulate our own strategy. But it's so cool being able to formulate that strategy based off of seeing what a bunch, you know, we got Tennis's Physical who's been trading for years. You got some people that have been trading for maybe 6 months or a year, which doesn't mean that they can't add something too, because there's a lot of people that went into this thing head first. People that came from different walks of life. Junk Savvy, I take somebody like you. I know you've been trading for some years, but it's like you almost have the experience of a long-time trader because of the time, the effort that you put into it, the intelligence that you have, and then your life experience. You know, knowing stuff about architecture, knowing stuff about the housing market, knowing stuff that maybe you didn't think of at the time when you were getting to know it that affects the financial end. And we got so many brilliant minds in here from so many different walks of life. And really, guys, that everyday stuff does play into the market. And a lot of times there's more commonsensical stuff involved than just charts and just this and just that. Well, you would never know. You would never know, Junk said. And I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I was just, you provide so much. And, you like that one, Grumpy? Hyde been doing it since 2008. Like I said, it's you would never know. And it's because over that year, Junk Savvy, you've probably done enough DD for a lifetime. You know what I mean? And you still continue to work hard to become a better trader, to help others. You provide all this knowledge for the channel. Always willing to help me out on the back end, which is more appreciated than you know. So a big thank you. I call my trading style the empty, broken dip bowl. You might want to trademark that, Lobo. I'm just saying. AVCT now up 17.5%, 264. Let's see, we hit a high of 269. How high is this thing gonna go? And another big volume day, almost 7 million trades already on AVCT. AMC now up 3.5% on just about 5 million trades there. APE, just about 3 million trades. APE up over that $2 mark, 202, 6.5% gains there. And we hit a high of 210 on APE, a high of 680 on AMC. GameStop now at 26.61. Our high there, 27.74. No, you don't, Hyde. No, you don't. Don't say that, brother. And Hyde, plus with all you do, I don't know how you even have time to be in the market, brother. I know you are one of the hardest workers out there, Hyde. Always putting in stuff. And you know what, Hyde? Maybe stock trading ain't your calling, but I'll tell you what. If I ever win the lottery, Hyde, I will pay you an absorbent amount of money to just get me coffee. That's all. I'll even make the coffee. I'll prepare it. All you gotta do is literally hand it to me. Because you've been dropping coffee. You've been dropping me coffee for like a year and a half, Hyde. Oh, nice. KPRX in the green for you. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now, that's another one. I know, and I'm only asking because I know you're gonna get into this dilemma, Tennis, and I know you'll adapt, you'll make a decision. I know you are. I know you're looking at KPRX long term. To put you on the spot, just because I love you, brother. What would get you out of this position early? What price are you looking at, roughly? Not financial advice or anything, but because I know you have an eye on this. Long term. Cheers, my brother. Coffee always tastes a lot better when given to me by Heidenreich. So yeah, Tennis, I'm just wondering, just kind of for my own knowledge of what you would exit this early for, or how long you're trying to hold this. MNMD, MindMed. Oh, big spike on MindMed. 8.5% gains, up at 313. I gotta see what Cybin's doing then. Cybin up 5% as well. Tennis, I know you bought the bananas out of that dip yesterday on Cybin. Not sure exactly what you got in. I know you're holding a bunch of that. So 58 cents on CYBN right now. Up 5% on the day. That's on KPRX, Arctic Fox. 862 average. I like it. Volume's starting to come in on it now. We're right around your average. We're at 847. Make it 851. Make it 860. Almost 40% gains there. The tough thing is, and I don't want to be FUD man, because this is early data, you know, I would expect maybe a cool down period. We'll see how it runs today. We'll see. Now, if the market keeps running, obviously this thing can keep pushing up. But again, I don't want to be FUD man, but a lot of times with these phase 1 trials, you see the pop off of that data, and then you see a lull into the next catalyst. So just take that into consideration. I'm not saying that's 100% the case here, but traditionally, I've looked at enough of these bio plays to kind of have an understanding. And again, everything, there's always stuff that go against the grain. There's always stuff that goes against the trends, things like that. But something to keep an eye on. Last Kazi standing. What's up, brother? Oh, yeah. See, Rich, I'm just doing getting into it a little bit early. This isn't quite full-blown Halloween. I mean, it is a jack-o'-lantern. But we're gonna turn it up and really get into the swing of Halloween next week. Anybody that was around last year knows I enjoy Halloween. Maybe a little too much, but any suggestions? Obviously, I'll probably try to recycle some of the stuff that I purchased last year, since I spent an arm and a leg on costumes. So, but if you guys got any ideas, drop them in my DM, or let me know what you think would be what would be cool, what would get you guys excited, what would get us in the mood to make some tendies. Let me know. And we are a half hour in, 10 o'clock, guys. We made it. Still holding pretty strong. The markets have dipped from where we opened, but not fell off a cliff. The Nasdaq still up 1.99%, S&P up 1.91%, and the Dow up 1.85%. We're at a half hour now. Let's see. And still no real movement in the on the heat map. Just J&J, and then Truist Financial. So still a sea of green across the heat map. Homemade Kramer costume. I think I could probably pull that off. Somewhere I've got like one of those bald wigs, like I think I could probably do that. Okay, Tennis, and I appreciate you sharing that. So he says, I feel like I should sell KPRX today and then buy the dip. I like it. Not like it's going to 10 or anything. One reason is because I want to add RIBT on the 1 month dip. Love it. And I like I said, Tennis, I think KPRX down the line, you know what I mean? I think it'll be good, but I think we'll see a lull. So you got the phase 1 trial data. I'm sure that they're working on the next steps, and we'll see another catalyst, but it tends to just, and it doesn't usually go off a cliff. What it does is it trades slowly down and sideways until you get that next pop. And with Rice Brand, like I said, if you're able to, because what we've seen lately, Tennis, sorry, I know I'm all over the place right here, guys. What we've seen lately with some of these private offerings is we've seen them offering a premium. And now that was probably the case right here. Up until the stock dropped. So it's tough to find a situation where you're able to buy in at a lower price than a private offering just took place. Especially with the market the way that it is, you would think that we would be pulling it up. But down at 135 off the heels of $1.50, private offering, I like my odds there. I like my odds. CVS, was that in regards to his statements on marijuana? I think he put something else. Oh, there you go. Or, psychedelics. Oh, I missed that one, Junk Savvy. Cory Booker pushes for psychedelics reform to unlock therapeutic access. Psilocybin and MDMA are showing incredible results. Good for him. Good for him. And hopefully he can get some people behind him, and hopefully he can, and what is he? He's a Democrat, Booker, I think. Hopefully he can reach out to somebody across the aisle, as they always say, because I would love and hate. I would love to see it be a bipartisan issue, and I would really hate to see it become a partisan issue. You know what I mean? And that goes for both. Like, I would hate to see the other side object to it just because of who's putting it forward. Nothing grinds my gears worse than that, and we see it in a lot of situations, and hopefully this isn't one of them. Hopefully for once, they can just, like I said, put the little D and put the little R aside and do what's best for the American people. Because I'm not seeing the downside. I'm not seeing the risk. I'm not seeing the cost. I'm not seeing, at the very least, ease those restrictions, and they have done some stuff to ease the restrictions of just being able to do the studies. So it's baby steps. I still think there's a big stigma behind it. I think it's getting smaller every day. Not that I think it'll ever be socially acceptable, but I think we're in the same stage that marijuana probably was in 10, 15 years ago, where it was starting to be looked at seriously and starting to be accepted. And I'm talking more on a medical purpose. I think the problem with marijuana was everything got convoluted because there's not medical advantages to just smoking weed. Okay, I mean, we can tell ourselves that there is, and I'm not saying it doesn't help anxiety, it doesn't do things, but there were real medical treatments that didn't involve getting high, such as treating seizures, things like that, in kids, and there was just that stigma because I think a lot of people just wanted legalized weed because they wanted to be able to get high, which is fine, but don't call it medicinal. I think that was the problem with that movement, and unfortunately, I think a lot of people suffered because of it, because they weren't able to get treatments because it was such. And I hope the same thing doesn't happen with psychedelics, where, yeah, but what I'm saying is there was bigger. There was bigger, like that's just like a state of mind. Like I don't know if there's anything that proves that it does, is what I'm saying, non-refundable, where there was actually treatments that could help with seizures, things like that really were proven, but it was tough to get that separation. You get what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm Oh, no, I agree. I agree with the seizures. What I'm saying, sorry guys, I think I'm explaining this the wrong way. What I'm saying is it took so long for those treatments to come to fruition because it all got kind of lumped together. You know what I mean? Like it got lumped together, and that's what I'm saying is I hope that doesn't happen with psychedelics, where people look at it like, wow, these guys just want to take acid. This is the 60s. Where's Woodstock? Like, no, it's not like that. These treatments are targeting stuff that's a major problem. PTSD, pain management, all kinds of stuff. That's all. I hope you got glaucoma, Grumpy. I do. You still got that illegal cable? No, 100% Lobo, 100%. I think that's much better. Pills are destroy your kidneys, and I'm not saying that there's not need for pills because there are pills that are very helpful and very. Uh, but if you can get that relief out of a plant that grows in the ground, why not? Anyways, sorry for that rant. And now back to our regularly scheduled program. GameStop holding that 3% gains, 26.79. Ape holding above $2, 204 on Ape, 7.3% gains. AMC up at 660. And the market's still aflame. 2% on the Nasdaq, 2% on the S&P, 1.97% on the Dow. Tennis, congrats on that. Well done, my friend. Well done. Tendies are tendies, my man. I love it. Well, that's becoming more and more common too. Lobo, for sure. Tennis was telling me about some people he knows, not to put you on blast, Tennis, going that route. And you know, I'm not saying that like that weed and mushrooms, you know, is gonna cure everything, and we don't need, you know, like it just should be it needs to be something looked into. It needs to be something because I think. I just think it's almost a cure for stuff that we haven't seen. It's not so much a treatment. It's a potential cure. And I know that sounds asinine saying, because that was another thing, Lobo. When the whole medical marijuana thing first started coming out, people were making such bold claims. Oh, marijuana kills cancer. Marijuana's the cure for cancer. It does that. And that's the other thing. It was getting so... It didn't... I watched it happen. I just watched, and especially in New York State, you know, and I told a few of you guys this story last year where I was golfing with an FBI agent. I didn't know he was an FBI agent at the time. I was smoking a left-handed cigarette, and he was perfectly fine with it. He said he couldn't partake, and he told me a story about his sister-in-law who ended up passing away because she couldn't get the treatment, and it was a THC based treatment. It was whatever it is, Lobo. And I don't want to speak out of turn as far as what it is that prevents seizures, but she wasn't able to get it because she lived in New York State, ended up passing away. And like this guy, a 30-year veteran of the FBI, was so pissed about that, so on the other end. Obviously he wasn't partaking, but he was so on the other end, and it was kind of heartbreaking because I think if I run into some random guy that happens to have had that happen, how many other people suffered? And it wasn't because it was a pill that needed to get tinkered and they needed to get it right. No, it's been the same the whole time. And you know, we can go all the way back to the smear campaign of what made it illegal and all of that. That's for a different day. Yes, regulated but freedom of choice. 100%. 100%. Yeah, that's... And again, Last Kazi, it sounds so far-fetched that I think most people would say you're full of bananas. But, you know, looking back, and a lot of it's out there. It's harder to find now. But, Rich, tell me, and these weren't airing when I was a kid, so I don't want to mislead you guys, but I've seen them. I've gone back and watched them. How about the commercials where, like, you know how today they'll say, like, 4 out of 5 dentists says chewing dentine will, whatever. Well, how about those ones, Rich, where it was like 4 out of 5 doctors say Lucky Strike is the way to go. A couple Lucky Strikes before a big meeting and you'll be ready to go. So it was like actual endorsements for cigarettes by doctors, not, you know, on a grand grand scale. Nice. And you know, the more people in law enforcement that I've got, you know, not that I've just got to know, but obviously as you grow up, friends who you grew up with become cops and things like that, and it's pretty much the same. I mean, it's always kind of been the people that are selling it, the people that are profiting off of it, cops, you know, and even that around here, talking with a few of my buddies, things like that, they just didn't like it thrown in their face. You know, when you had a guy that you know, has to put 18-inch rims or 22-inch rims and all this and drive around the city and cause havoc, yeah, then they have a problem with how you make your money, you know. DBTX, the US FDA granted clearance to Decibel Therapeutics investigational new drug application for a starting phase 1-2 trial of gene therapy DBOTO to treat hearing loss in pediatric patients. Yeah, Sabrina, those are the ones that get me all excited when I hear, like, oh man, a kid that possibly suffering, you know, either having hearing loss or maybe being born without hearing. There could be something in the future that gets me all jacked up. I mean, granted, I got to reel myself in because, and you know this, Sabrina, we've watched how many news articles like that have you posted in the last 2 years of these breakthrough things that just seem, oh man. And you would think by now, Sabrina, they would have everything cured. You know, I've read enough news stories just from you that would cure every disease out there. You know what I mean? But something always seems to go wrong. Oh, AVCT announces $10 million registered direct offering and concurrent private placement priced at the market under NASDAQ rules. Interesting, Sabrina. So, word came out last week on AVCT that they were going to need to raise capital. They weren't going to have the capital to get through Q4, I believe, but that they would have some capital coming in, I believe, next year. They kind of just needed something as a, if I read this correctly, they needed something as a stopgap to get them through this time, where a private offering, it seems to be perfect on that. SLRX, after patient deaths, Celerius stops enrollment in Seclidemstat trial for soft tissue cancer. Shares hit 52-week low. Well, and there's the exact other side of that, Sabrina. And I don't mean to laugh at that. I'm definitely not laughing at a patient death. That's horrible. And I don't know if there's coming back from that. You know, we've seen what company was it yesterday? Junk Savvy, if you're out there, help me out, because you did a lot of research on it. It was down 60% yesterday. Is it NERV? Could have been. But what that situation was they had to set up a meeting with the FDA and kind of reconfigure some stuff. When you got a death in a trial, I don't know if there's coming back from that. I mean, I don't think it'll cripple them financially, because I'm sure it was NERV. Thank you, Junk Savvy. I'm sure, unfortunately, they're probably protected. As sad as that sounds, and I could be wrong on this, guys. I've never participated in a clinical trial, but I would have to think that if you're participating in it, that you sign probably a lot of your rights to be compensated if something goes wrong. Again, I don't know medical law good enough to say that is that's for sure, but I know of other situations where they're pretty protected. Oh, and they did a reverse split yesterday. Okay, guys, so what I'm going to advise anybody to do, okay, throughout the day today, if a stock that you're holding, maybe you bought a call that's in the red, anything like that, if you're feeling like that, if you're feeling sad, go pull up SLRX and pretend like you held that through a reverse split, now a 30% dip today, and you'll be in a lot better place. How do you do a reverse split? Then holla 52-week low the next day? Yeah, when it rains, it pours, Sabrina. When it rains, it pours. Yeah, I did see that, Aisley. I was fortunate enough to talk to my friend Birdie Hunter this morning, because I was a little confused, but he actually cleared up the whole gain of function thing for me. My problem is, Aisley, why is that not 100% illegal? Why are they still doing that? Why are we being told gain of function isn't happening when it blatantly is? Have we not learned anything? Well, that's my main focus is bird law. But it's a kangaroo court, Lobo, and oh, I love that friggin' episode, Lobo. You friggin' get me, brother. You definitely get me. I'm sorry, guys. Amazing episode of Always Sunny. Well, actually, that plays out through many episodes, but I'm thinking of one in particular. Cybin continuing to move up there, 4.5%, almost 5% gains on Cybin, 57.67 cents. Mind Med, the other big psychedelic play, up 10.5%, 317 on Mind Med now. Market's cooling a little bit, but we'll see how far back we pull. The Nasdaq still up 1.93%, the S&P up 1.75%, and the Dow up 1.67%. And Aisley, like I understand the theory of wanting to be prepared for stuff. I'm sure that there's good preparation being done somewhere. I just don't understand why you make something unnatural. You make something that has no chance of coming to fruition in the wild. It would be one thing if you're replicating that to try to figure it out, but when you play God, things don't work out too good. We all seen the movie Twins, and I love Danny DeVito, but that's what we were left with. Birdie. Birdie, I just laughed a lot, and now I gotta pee and let my dog out. So on that note, guys, I'm gonna step away for just 5 minutes, and oh boy, Birdie Hunter, well done. But please, guys, if you haven't done so yet, take a second to hit that like button. Really helps us out. That's a good point, Lobo. That's a good point. And we'll talk about that right when I come back, because I think you could be onto something. And if you look at, again, do your own research, guys. If you look at certain patents when they were filed, interesting timelines of some stuff. Let's take one look at this heat map again. Wow. Tennis, don't get mad. Don't get mad. Man, over $10, $10.20 now on KPRX. Holy guacamole. Just absolutely taking off. And I'm not understanding this on phase 1 data. And again, I think it's great news. It's just Well, I'll tell you right now why it's moving like this. That float is only 970,000, a tremendously low float. But again, I will stick with what I said earlier. I still think after today, unless they get some kind of immediate catalyst hereafter, I just see a slow decline. So if you're in it, play it safe. Tennis, I still think you made the right move, regardless of what happens after. You know, when you take 10Ds on something, don't look back. Don't look back. And I know I don't always practice what I preach there, especially when it comes to call options. Call options I like to look at a little differently because I want to see that movement, not to punish myself, but just as another lesson. You know, as another lesson because they move differently. But when you exit shares, obviously if you're looking to get back in on a dip buy or something like that, then that's one thing, you know. But if you've sold for a profit, don't beat yourself up and look at it through AVCT taking a cliff dive. Wow. So I think that I think you have to look at that as a combination of great charting with what you guys are doing over there in your Discord, Bullfrog's Discord, all your guys'. I don't want to put a label on it, sorry. But I know you guys had an eye on that dip anyways, and then I think you coupled that with this offering news, and you nailed it. And I mean, I think we would have got that dip even without the offering news, Junk Savvy, no doubt about it. I don't think it would have dipped down to where we are here. So great call, great charting, and keep doing what you're doing. So went from 282 to 189 like that. But again, I don't think this is bad news, Junk Savvy. I think this is an overreaction. We knew they needed capital. They're doing an offering at the market price. You know, it's obviously dilution. Dilution is a part of that. But having just done that reverse split, they lowered the float to 6.19 million. Not the end of the world. Gotta look at the bright side, guys. There's always a bright side to everything. There's a reason why these moves are made. And it's all about how you time them. INTS, Intensity Therapeutics, IPO takes place October 19th on NASDAQ under ticker INTS. Company offering shares at expected price between $4 and $5 a share with insider lockup of 180 days ending April 17th, 2023. And that is great information there, Sabrina. Both for the IPO tomorrow, if you guys are looking into that. And let me see if Webull has pre-orders on that. And then the other side is knowing that lockup period. Spy chart's not moving? Should be. Here, I'll put it on the 1 minute. Probably just because it's on the 5 minute birdie, maybe. But I'll keep it on the 1 minute's nicer to see action. But the 5 minute... Okay, AVCT had multiple moving average crossings and multiple time charts, compounded golden crosses. Oh yeah, I'm not debating. I mean, I think your charting was spot on, but not to disagree with you, but you know, I'll still stick to my that I think the offering had a lot to do with the big dip. I mean, you're talking about a 30% swing, probably more. You know, not saying that it wouldn't have dropped 20%, probably back down to like the $2 level, somewhere down there. But this offering news just came in and crushed it. But again, I think it's good for the company. I think they needed the money. I think they, hey, you got to raise capital somehow. So that lockup non-refundable, if you get into any IPOs, whether it is on the day of the IPO or anytime in the next couple months after an IPO or after sometimes with SPACs it's the same way, sometimes with mergers it's the same way. So basically anytime that there's a ticker change one way or another, when it comes to IPOs, you can be an early investor, right? So you can invest in a company before it goes public, somewhere down the line. It's usually to get it's usually money that's invested months, sometimes years before an IPO to get the company to the level where they can IPO. So then you can't just sell those shares immediately. Depending. So you have I'm glad we could still be friends. No, that's why I said it was. I think it was just a perfect storm where I think what you guys were charting was gonna happen regardless, and then I just think that the offering news came in and just amplified it. All good. Yeah, so basically they can't sell until 180 days. So hold on one second, and I will, let me show you something. I'll get back to the SPY in just 1 second. No, that's going to throw it off. Sorry, I'm unprepared on this. I apologize. But a big one, non-refundable was Lucid Group. So when Lucid Group, they were CFIV, right? That was the SPAC. They merged, became Lucid. No, it's a rule. Well, like I said, it's a rule that applies across a lot of stuff. It applies across a lot of stuff because it's not just IPOs. There's lockup periods for employees, but because that's done on a revolving basis, non-refundable, that's usually not a big catalyst. So like I said, Lucid Group, perfect example. They had their lockup period. The stock dropped from, I want to say it was trading around $23 a share. And this is with no other news. They dropped from 23. Caesar C, if you're out there, you bought that dip. I remember 13, 14, somewhere around there. So fell about 50-60% just because these people could sell now, and it doesn't happen every time. Every time a lockup period ends, you don't see a huge sell-off, but a lot of times you do. The Rivian sell-off, Arctic Fox, I apologize. Maybe shut your ears because I know you're a big Rivian fan, and I'm not bad-mouthing them, but I did call that drop. When the lockout period was over for when Ford was able to sell shares, and we didn't quite know if they were going to unload all of them, things like that. On Lucid, wasn't it you, Caesar? I'm pretty sure you bought that dip on Lucid. It dropped all the way, like I said, it was trading $22.50, $23. And it dropped all the way down to $13.50, something like that. And then I want to say by the end of the day, it ran back up to 20. It probably does in some sense, non-refundable. But it's not going to be the same amount of days on everyone, and it's not going to apply to everybody. So like you look at the Robinhood IPO, Robinhood executives were able to sell on day one. So you really have to look at each one individually and see, because like I said, the lockout periods, and again, it's not so important non-refundable when you're getting into it. It's if you're into it, knowing that date. You know what I mean? Knowing that date. as far as, and then just keeping an eye on it. I wouldn't say put all your eggs in a basket and say, well, people could sell off, so I'm going to short the hell out of it on this day. No, not at all. But it's something if you're getting in, especially for a long-term position on an IPO, it's always good to be aware of. That's the price targets on KPRX. $100, $180, and $260. I don't know. Hey. I don't know how to respond to that one, Sabrina. I mean, I guess anything's possible. It's holding above this $10 mark. $10.26 now on KPRX. Yeah, and it wasn't on the company, Arctic Fox. It was just that date, and once we seen kind of Ford moving out, that's what scared me about it, was I thought Ford would exit their whole position, and I'm not even sure if they did. And did you see that, Arctic Fox? Let me ask your opinion on that, and then I really got to go let this dog out. I'm sorry. Ford, and we've talked about this before, but I knew that they were going to scale back, but I didn't know Ford plans to just completely do away with dealerships. Is that my understanding? I only read part of the article, but that's what it seemed like. It didn't seem like that. I know they were scaling back, but it seems like they want to get rid of car dealerships altogether. It did, Tennis. Hey, no regrets. No regrets, Tennis. I still think you made the right move. Again, we were just talking about that. You took the profits, and we're seeing it pull back a little bit now, back under that $10 mark, $9.82. No, I think you played it right. And it's like you told me, Tennis. You're not going to sell at that tippy top every time. Let everybody else fight for those scraps up there. So you did. You played it well, my friend. Well, so that was going to be the second part of my question. Is if you get rid of dealerships, what about the maintenance shops? Like, what happens there? Do we see... I don't know. Oh, so there you go. Junk Savvy almost sold, and then Sabrina reminded her about those $260 price targets, and she's like, why am I going to sell at 10? You guys are too much. But yeah, I am going to go let those dogs out real quick, guys. Again, if you haven't, please take a second to hit that like button and talk amongst yourselves, and I'll be right back with you in just a few moments. All right, welcome back, guys. Crypto, you're going to be picking one of those up. Rolls-Royce unveils its first EV. Okay. Hyde, have a great day, brother. Be safe out there. And Lobo, Ruru's got this. No doubt, no doubt. Tesla tops battery electric vehicle registrations in Germany, beating Volkswagen. Well, and you know where I'm looking to see what happens. Let's fast forward to hopefully. Nope, I had to go outside. That's why I got a sweatshirt on, guys. I had to go chase that dog around. So what happens? Let's fast forward. Now we seen Ukraine say no Teslas will ever be driven there. You know what I mean? And again, I'm hopeful that there'll be some kind of peaceful resolve eventually. Let's not focus on that, but let's focus to the aftermath. That spy back up here. Sorry about that. You know, if there is some kind of grudge held against Elon for promoting peace, will that play? And I know it's a little far-fetched, guys, but I think we understand the power of corporational boycotts, I guess is what you would call it. Will Elon get some blowback? Now, as of now, Elon's still paying for the Starlink, things like that. I don't know if there'll be any blowback. But then you have to think, so the Foxconn thing, you have to think, is there any link to Apple there? Or you have to think, is this a move? Is this another defensive move by Foxconn with Apple, you know, moving their iPhone productions to India? So is this an expansionary move for Foxconn, or is this a survivability thing? And I believe Foxconn, they have a connection to Centro. I believe. I think that they or is it Lordstown Motors with the Foxconn connection? It might be Lordstown Motors, I think. Sorry about that. ERNE, Eterna Therapeutics halted to the upside at 690. What's the news on this? So they had news yesterday. Oh, and this is the one. This is the one you dropped earlier, right, Sabrina? So they had that news yesterday about the. They got the right to acquire exclusive cancer treatment license, and then the news this morning was them presenting at the IPSC. IPSC Derived Immunotherapies Congress taking place October 18th and 19th in Boston. So maybe Tiny Boxes can check that out. But that's the news today. And then I have to wonder, Sabrina, with this halt to the upside, maybe something came out at that conference? Lordstown and Foxconn? Yeah, I don't know why I thought it was Centro. Sorry about that. Oh, first world problems, tennis. I love it, baby. I love it. I forgot I had KPRX in another account. Just sold at $9.85 for some tendies. That's what I'm talking about, tennis. My man. Hey. When it's stocks by day, training kids with tennis by night, you know, you're a busy man. Things happen, and you know what? It's like I always tell you, tennis. You're one of the most giving people that I know, and I know a big thing for you is giving to the people that deserve it, people that need it, people that helping those that can't help themselves, I think is how you put it. In everything that you do, whether it's teaching underprivileged kids, or whether it is rescuing stray dogs. But you know, when stuff like this happens, tennis, it makes me believe in karma. It makes me believe in karma. Yes, like finding a $20 bill in an old coat pocket. I love it. I love it. What's up, Tiny? I had to call you out because we were just talking about an immunotherapeutics conference going on in Boston. I don't know if you're still in Boston or if you're already up in Vermont, but you were close by. But great to see you. I hope the trip is going good. Hope you're getting good weather out there. Hope everything is great. Vermont, like I said, beautiful this time of year. I don't know what you're supposed to do when you're in Vermont. Probably eat pancakes or maple syrup or something. I'm sure they got some good stuff like that up there. I don't really know about Vermont. Maybe go skiing. I don't know. But either way, have a great time. And even more so appreciate you taking the time to stop in, Tiny. I know you're out and about. I'm sure you got a million things going on. Oh, in Vermont today, back to Boston on Friday. Beautiful. Whoo! Yeah, well, that's like finding several $20 bills, Tennis. Oh, ghost hunting. Ghost hunting. Okay, I wonder if you'll run into the ghost of that dude that used to be a centrist. Maybe you'll find the ghost of Bernie there. I don't know. Maybe you'll find it before he sold out. Too soon? Too soon? No? All right. I'm seeing the look over there. Don't do it. Yeah, that is awesome, Tennis. That just made my day, my friend. And got out at the right time. Actually, hey, look at that KPRX. Back over 10. So, hey, maybe those $160 price targets ain't too off. ERNA, come out of that halt. Popped up, hit a high of 715. Fell back a little bit now at 653 on ERNA. And MindMed continuing to rip. 321, almost 12% gains on MNMD. And the market, look at this. We don't see this too often. The three indices within 0.03 percentage points. The Dow and the S&P both up 1.4%. The NASDAQ up 1.42%. So usually do not see that tight of a grouping on the three indices there. Not too out of the ordinary, but nonetheless, a little something interesting. Heat map, few changes, nothing big. As we see tech getting, so that big lead that the NASDAQ had, the NASDAQ was out in front of all of them. We see that coming back down with Adobe down, Intel down, AMD, Micron, that's a big one. Micron in the news, on the Pelosi news. Then you still got Truist Financial down there. Netflix going red, so Netflix we'll keep an eye on going into that earnings tonight. You know, if we didn't have the 2 days that we had so far, well, day and a half so far, I probably would be a little bit more bullish on Netflix earnings. What scares me is that with all this green, I don't know if what they got to sell is going to be enough. A couple things that are going to be pointed out. So there are two main ways of turning this company around. The first one is already in beta test down in Latin America. We talked about that when it first came to fruition. Don't know if they'll have data on that. I'm interested to see if they'll have any kind of data at the earnings call. And basically what they're doing, they did it in a sort of passive way. So it wasn't just the first way is to crack down on password sharing, and the way that they're doing it is in a subtle way at first, where you can add a user to your account. I think it's $3.99 or $4.99. So doing it in a way that's not doing it in a way that's presented to the consumer is beneficial. It's not being presented like, we know you've been sharing those accounts and we're not going to put up with it. It's more of a, hey, Netflix user, you know, it'd be really cool if you shared your account with one of your friends, and now Netflix will allow you to do that for just $4.99 a month. So they're playing it off as kind of, this is good for you, we're helping you out. So maybe we'll see numbers on that. The bigger thing, obviously, the ad-based subscription that's going to be dropping November 3rd. Some interesting projections on it. The ads have already sold out for the most part from what Netflix has said. So that's major money coming in right there. That's major money coming in right there. I don't know what the deal with Microsoft is as far as what they're paying out on Microsoft, what the back end is, but they did they did bring Microsoft in to handle the ads, which I think was a great idea. Netflix, having never used ads, very inexperienced, and when you're going up against Disney, you're going up against Amazon, you're going up against people that know the ad business. And Disney, you might be thinking, well, Disney Plus didn't have ads. No, they didn't, but how many ads, Disney knows how to make ads. Disney is in the ad game. So, we'll see. You think Drug is liking that news as well? What did Drug have? Holy crap, how did I miss this? So this is just on, Sabrina, this is just on kind of Cory Booker's statements. I'm not seeing any other news on Drug. And hopefully it's enough. 41% gains, 142 now on DRUG. Like I said, it's a good start. I don't care what side of the aisle someone's on. You know what I mean? I'm all for what Cory Booker's trying to do, and hopefully it becomes a nonpartisan thing. %42 now. So Tuesday is the day for Drug. Hellbiz in under non-compliance deadline is December. So yeah, be careful there with the reverse split. Anything that you're holding, if you're holding any stock that's been under $1 for any kind of significant time, be sure to look at those compliance dates and know when those deadlines are coming. Be prepared for a reverse split, things like that. And don't let those few one-offs that we've seen, don't let Shift Pixie kind of make you think, oh, well, reverse splits can go good. We haven't seen another one go good since. We've seen MindMed kind of do a little something after it, but for the most part, it's the same thing, and there's great opportunities after those dips. You look at AVCT, what it did after the reverse split. Now, a tricky day for AVCT right now, because of the offering and things like that, but Hellbiz just ripping. Hellbiz up 55, make it 56% now, 41 cents on HLBZ. And Drug holding up there, 44% gains, 144 on Drug. Surprised Cybin's not getting a bigger pump from this. Cybin up 4%, but kind of trailing. When you look at what MindMed's doing, when you look at what Drug's doing, MindMed up 13% now, 324. Drug holding at 144. Yes. Well, even those of late, Sabrina, haven't been great. They were great last year when there was money being put into the market, but we've seen, and now they've recovered. Well, Google hasn't really recovered. They're still down from their split. Amazon, let me check. Amazon even is still down, so Amazon's still about $6.20 down from their split. So interesting, because I think the main selling point on those forward splits is that you can get more people involved. So like the Tesla one, it brought it down to around the where did it bring it to? Around 200. But then like with Apple and Amazon, I think it still put it a little bit out of range. It split down to about 120, 126, or 122.60, I think was the split on Amazon. And it happened at a time where I don't think people just didn't just have the money to throw at it. Like last year with Nvidia, when Nvidia split, much more money in the market, and we've seen it fly. Oh, okay. You would know, Tennis. Cybin and Mindmen usually teeter-totter back and forth, not on the same day. Makes sense. I just figured with, unless there's something more with drug that I'm not seeing, I just figured that, you know, with Cory Booker, with that statement, that it would, and it's not like it's having a bad day. It's still up 4%. Yeah, I agree. Well, and Birdie made a great point. What is it? Thursday will be 60 days, Wednesday or Thursday, where if GameStop is to do something about the way the dividend was presented as a traditional split, we may see something happen there. I agree. I don't think that Adam Aaron misled anybody. I don't think anything happened like that. Yeah, I think it definitely has. I think it definitely has some meme characteristics at this point. Tennis, mainly because of the name. But I think it's just, and I haven't looked at Reddit or anything today, but I would be willing to guarantee that there's a lot of stuff out there, not just because of the name, but also linking the Cory Booker thing to this and generating some interest. We're about 2/3 of the way through the average daily volume. We got 8.25 million trades up against the 12 million average, so a little bit higher volume than ordinary. I would definitely put it in the meme category. But back to what Sabrina was saying, I don't think Adam Aaron misled anybody, but I think they went about this all wrong. You know, I think his intent was right. What I'm not understanding is, and let me read that statement just so I'm not misquoting him. I don't understand. Where you at, Adam Aaron? One quick second, guys. So his tweet from 2 days ago. Yesterday, AMC took a very important step. Our new 8 preferred units gave us the confidence to pay off $106 million of debt. Took on $400 million of new debt due 2027, replacing $506 million due in 2023. Reducing debt and extending maturities is vital. Okay. My question. What in the hell has Ape done that gave you any confidence to do anything? Dropped 60%? No, this is an honest question, because I don't understand that statement, and I'm not trying to be a FUD guy. I don't see how that statement's relevant. And then the other one. Let me pull up the other one too. Where's the other one where he called someone out? Because the thing was, it's like you'll take the time to call out some dude on the internet, but why aren't you calling out the SEC? Why aren't you calling out the people that need to be called out? So I don't know. I like the idea of clearing debt. I don't think that's what they just did there. I mean, kicking the can from something that you owe in 2023 to owing it in 2027 or 2028. Is it a move that can help you survive? Yeah. Is it showing any strength for the company? And again, guys, I'm not claiming to be right here. I'm genuinely asking because it doesn't make sense to me. Apple introduces next generation iPad Pro supercharged by the M2 chip. It's going to be even more iPad-y. Oracle Cloud Gaming adds tens of thousands of NVIDIA chips for AI. Good news for NVIDIA. And I think they'll take sales anywhere that they can get them. As, you know, PC sales have crawled to a halt. And you have to think... what will they do? New NVIDIA chip can crack passwords in 1 hour. Wow, that's crazy, Ace Lee. What do you think the next move is in the PC world to create a demand? So you look at over the last 2 years, how many people bought new PCs, whether it was because they were buying them for gaming or maybe crypto mining on a small scale. But mainly the people that bought, you know, personal computers over the last 2 years, 3 years, were people that were working at home. They needed to upgrade. So for whatever reason, but those people aren't, you know, now you have all these in the home. How do you get more people? What do you have to do? Do you do a move like Apple where, you know, you make operating systems start running slow, things like that to get people? Yes, 100% tennis. I think that definitely catapulted MNMD to meme status for a time. I don't know how long lasting it'll be, but yes, I agree. And definitely because of the BBBY kid and his dad and all that. I think it could easily get back to that status as we get into bigger regulation, because that's the thing with the memes. They love tidbits of news. They love, it's not, you know, meme stocks don't run just on monumental stuff. So if, you know, say this legislation gets the next step, I think it becomes a meme. I think it's right back to meme status. Oh, and a completely redesigned iPad in 4 vibrant colors. Oh, Beyond Air announces positive data from at-home pilot study in patients with refractory NTM lung infection. It's an odd name, Beyond Air. All right, Hellbiz coming back down a little bit under that 40-cent mark, 38.50 now on Hellbiz. And the market's continuing this slow sell-off, guys. So keep an eye on things. Again, I don't know if we're going to go red on the day, but you look at this decline. All three right around the 1% gain right now and falling. So be careful. If you have profits, don't be afraid to take them. Not financial advice. Oh, I hold on 1 second, guys. I just want to hit the record on my TV. The Adobe CEO is on CNBC right now. I want to go back and listen to this interview. I actually like that guy. As much as I can like a CEO, obviously. I don't know him. But he always gives great interviews. Amazon workers so far voted against organizing in 4th union vote this year. Yeah, and those are becoming... we had some Starbucks news on that. Was that yesterday? Starbucks more unionizing news. I don't know. I don't, you know, with the Amazon thing, I thought we were going to see kind of the government step in. And, you know, I'm in most situations not for the government stepping in, but when we seen some of the early talks, the early unionization talks kind of get squashed. You had Joe Biden come out and say how pro-worker he is and pro-union, and gave that little, he got his eyes to be real beady and then stared at that and said, "We're coming for you, Amazon. I'm talking to you, Amazon. That means we're coming for you." And then literally within a week turned around and gave Amazon $20 billion. So, a lot of talk. And, I don't know the ins and outs of a union enough to speak too intelligently as far as pros, cons, what's being done. I'm all for workers' rights, things like that. And I don't know if these people that are pushing for the unions are doing it under good guidance or, more of a saboteur type thing. Sabrina dropping some of that KPRX news. Kiora Pharmaceuticals' short percent of the float has fallen 3.17% since last report. Company recently reported it has 142,000 shares sold short, which is 15.56% of all regular shares available for trading. So you got to think those shorts got smoked today. Probably haven't exited those positions, but when you got 142,000 out of 970,000 shares being sold short, and you have a company up 60% on the day, there gonna be some pain. And normally in any kind of situation where another person, group, or entity is experiencing pain, normally it makes my heart hurt. Not this time. That was how he was coming for him. Well, Mr. Biden, if you're out there, I would love for you to come for me. If it includes a $20 billion check, we can settle out of court right now for about 0.5% of that, and I'll be good. All right, guys, it's 11:16, 45 minutes away from Trader Lunch. And my prediction, not financial advice, will be red. We'll be in the red before the first martini gets poured. The way we're falling now, kind of in a free-for-all. Which makes me think maybe there's some news in a normal situation where we open the day up 2.5% to 3% and fall like this. I would be looking for some news, but I think this was just an artificial run. Oh, there's some Carnival. Carnival said its subsidiary Carnival Holdings has commenced a private offering of $1.25 billion aggregate principal amount of senior priority notes due 2028. Oh, Apollo Gemini astronaut James McDivitt dies at age 93. Well, that's sad. That's sad. But always got to look at the positive side, Sabrina. At least he lived to be 93. Got to see space. Got to see a view that when you think about the numbers, only a precious few have been able to witness. So at least he was able to live an amazing life, and thoughts go out to his family. Even when it's at a later age, it never makes it any easier. I'd even argue sometimes it makes it harder. I don't think when you're dealing with a loss, I don't think any different scenario, situation, age, cause of death, I don't think anything makes it easier or harder. I think it's just all different. So God bless his family, and hey, I guess I don't know how I would look at that if I had an astronaut. It's gotta, if you're giving a eulogy for an astronaut, you got to put space in there and kind of the heavens, and haven't already been there. So hopefully somebody does him a beautiful tribute, and his family can get through this process. Oh, nice, Ace Lee. I had a stint. Oh, no, I didn't work for Comcast. I worked for Adelphia Cable, and then Time Warner. And that's now Spectrum here. Did you pick that up earlier, Tennis? I know you were looking at it. You called it out earlier, and I didn't bother to ask you for a price target because I knew you were zoned in. I know you were locked in. I know you have. I know you play that up and down. And you ain't lying. Holy hell, Biz. 45.5 cents now. 71% gains for HLBZ. Whew. Ripping. So we're starting, I would think, to get some red. And, you know, it's still not showing on the heat map. Still not showing. You got your semiconductors red. Energy now gone red. I suspect we'll see a few more pimentos by the end of the day here. Not hoping for it, but suspecting it. McDonald's to sell Krispy Kreme donuts at some locations. Oh, there you go, Grumpy. The problem with that is they're not good at desserts. Will the Krispy Kreme machine be down? Just like the ice cream machine? Would I get deep froze and brought back in the future where they can make you live longer? No, probably not. Non-refundable. I'm not a huge religious guy, but I do believe that whoever our creator is, whoever you believe in the creator, you know, I think they got a plan. I do. I'm not sure what, who, or if God exists. I mean, I believe in something. My beliefs are my beliefs, as all of yours should be, and I respect that. Whatever your higher power is, I don't like the playing God thing. And again, non-refundable, not on a religious level. I just think everybody's here for a reason, and you know, it's just disrupting things. It's like the butterfly effect. Plus, you know, I wouldn't want to sacrifice it, and I guess you can go into semantics about that, where it's like, if I had the option when on my deathbed, maybe I would make that choice, because, and I think a lot of us would, because it would be tough. If you're face to face with dying, never seeing your loved ones again, and you have your loved ones there, and you're presented this opportunity of, hey, we're gonna freeze you, but I don't think it didn't work out good for Ted Williams. It didn't work out good for Walt Disney. He's still frozen, right? I don't know. Yeah, we are, and some would argue that that's kind of playing God. I could see that argument. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to be faced with the reality, non-refundable, of shutting my conscience off and then trying to resurrect it. As far as the physical body, I can get on board with that, but it's weird. It would have to be long enough where I would have to see somebody having done it and come out and be like, yo, it was awesome. I was frozen for 20 years and all I did was dream about pizza and it went by like that. You know? Because I don't know what would happen. You know. Interesting thoughts, though. Former Royal Bank of Scotland managing director is taking to the U.S. Supreme Court in a bid to collect a whistleblower award of at least $490 million from the U.S. government for reporting what he called unlawful conduct related to the mortgage-backed securities. I'm pretty sure we're going to tell him that the check's in the mail. If it's not there in 4 to 6 business weeks, please wait longer. That's what happens. That's what happens. Usually Ralph drops that news in the chat and then it takes off. You know that, Grumpy. And DNUT, it ran up to 1403, sitting now at 1355 on Krispy Kreme. No, I don't want to be the test subject. It kind of is. It kind of is, Ace Lee. And I have to admit, I haven't watched the whole series of Futurama. One of my best friends keeps pushing me because he kind of he knows my taste and he knows how much I would like it. I just haven't had the time. Okay, 35 minutes left, and we're the green is disappearing as we speak. Nasdaq now only up 0.3%, the S&P up 0.4%, the Dow up 0.5%. So tech seeing the biggest sell-off as we see the Nasdaq falling the fastest, and maybe some red going into this afternoon. I don't know the recovery process here. Oh, Missouri announces it pulled $500 million in state pension funds from BlackRock. Now I gotta wonder, Sabrina, if that $500 million, we've seen the numbers BlackRock lost last quarter. We've seen their numbers throughout the year, and they had lost billions. So my question, I guess, would be: so they pulled $500 million out. How much was that? How much was put in? So how much of pension? How much pension money was put in to get $500 million out, I guess is what I'm asking. I don't expect anybody to have that number. May not be out there, but I would expect that to be at least $1 billion, if not more, of pension money being returned for only $500 million. I can't see it, and maybe I'm wrong, but with the losses BlackRock's taken over the past 8-9 months. And for a lot of companies, that would be bad news. BlackRock up 1%, $574.99. So here's an interesting article from Bloomberg. BlackRock Vanguard tell UK they won't phase out fossil fuel. Okay, so that's their statement to the UK, I guess. But why is what they're doing telling a different story? Teva highlights long-term data from Korea-associated Huntington's treatment. That's ticker symbol TEVA. Risky business, tennis. You know, baby. You know it's that's why you gotta play everything tight, and you have to kind of set your trades up around your personal life too, guys. If you're not gonna, and I was talking to Santa about that yesterday. I know he had a doctor's appointment today. Santa, if you're out there, I hope everything's going good. But you have to. I know it sounds kind of minuscule, but you have to take that into effect. And even shares. I mean, more so with call options. But don't think that shares give you the opportunity to just kind of set it and forget it. And don't get me wrong, there's passive ways of trading, no doubt about it. But odds are, if you're in here, you're a little bit more active, and you got to adjust when you're not going to be able to be around a screen, because it can happen that fast. And just look at the gains that we've seen wiped out. Nasdaq at its peak was up almost 3%. Now just clinging to a little bit of green, and like Tennis said, can just keep falling further. And the beautiful thing is, hopefully some of you guys played back to the downside. You know, I completely understand. Calls aren't for everybody. And even risking plays on the way back down. I know that some people aren't comfortable with it. It's a tough adjustment to mentally be kind of not rooting for the market to come down, but you know, it's like, I always liken it to betting the under on a football game. But I think that's one great thing Enzo's been providing is opportunities to make small bets both ways. You know, so I'm not looking to buy 1,000 shares of SQ on the way down. To me, that's tough, and you have to put up a big investment. But I'm willing to chance a $30, $40, $50 call option. And again, that's only because I feel comfortable with it. I am not trying to pressure anybody into any kind of options trading. Really understand that it is not for everybody, and some people just don't want anything to do with that, and that is perfectly fine. This isn't going to be a show that's dominated by any one thing. Obviously, most of the coverage is around shares, overall stock, you know, overall outlooks on stocks, not just what it's doing today. We try to cover all angles of it. Paramount streaming prices are going to increase, citing recent price hikes of competitors like Netflix, which last boosted monthly prices in January, as well as Disney, according to CEO. So I think they're missing something, and maybe they have that in the pipeline. I think it's stupid of them to compare themselves with Netflix and Disney, with both Netflix and Disney on the cusp of releasing the ad-based subscription. Now, if Paramount has some kind of plan to combat that, I would agree. I think it's a bad business move, though, to just up your prices to try to compete with them. UPS Teamsters says UPS new deal will provide 3.3% hike in wages annually in November 2023. Contract increases wages and pension contributions for some 1,675 Teamsters Local 2727 members. So, if I'm them, I'm looking at it like, I get a 3.3% raise, so now I'm only like 6% behind the 8 ball when inflation catches up with me. That's tough. Oh, so this is UPS aircraft maintenance and related workers approved a 3-year contract. Okay. So I wonder if that has any back end, maybe bigger hikes in the 2 years after that. Some bad moves, some good moves. Not a perfect day, but I only sold for tendies. Well, that sounds like a perfect day to me then, Tennis. But no, that's the honest to God truth, Tennis. That's and I love that you never shy away from your losses. You never shy away from admitting when you make a bad move, and we celebrate the hell out of your good moves, and we analyze the bad ones and figure out what we did wrong. And that's what makes you so great. One of the early days of me first talking to you, you know, when you came in the chat and you posted like a 10% loss, and I'm like, you know what? This dude's a real one. This dude's a real one. He's not afraid to show people that, hey, you're not going to be right every time. The key is to just move on. No, it's not even close. Non-refundable, and it does have some quality content. But I think using that as a business plan is just a recipe for failure. Especially, like I said, even let's just say for argument's sake that they're on the same plateau. For argument's sake, you don't have an ad service coming out that I've heard of. Maybe they do. Again, maybe they haven't announced it. And I talked a little bit yesterday about the numbers, guys. So if these numbers hold true, and that's a big if, you're talking about more than doubling the revenue or the profit that you're making per customer through the ads. Okay, so you're getting a smaller monthly fee, obviously, but you're getting all this ad money. So it's I don't think it's good news for Paramount. Darling Ingredients inquires Brazilian collagen producer Ginex. I'm not sure what we're talking about here, Sabrina. I'm not going to look too far into that because it's going to have me saying words that I'm uncomfortable with, and we're just going to say that's a good news for DAR. Yesterday, I ended up talking about vaginal implants or something for a while. We're not going to go down that road. I don't know what. I just know Brazilian. I know they shave, they wax. I don't know. I don't know how that played in, but we're just going to stay away from that. Yeah, exactly, tennis. Yeah, Kia should raise prices because BMW did. I love it, because when you put it like that, it sounds so absurd. And if anything, like Marketing 101, this is new. Paramount is still a new service, you know. They would be wise to look back and see what kind of what concessions Netflix took in the early days to stack their customer base. It wasn't by raising their prices. Yeah, I don't mind them. What did I say? What did I do? Did I say something? Sorry. I don't know where it's at. I'm not touching that word, non-refundable. But you put that evil on me. Well, the one thing, Ace Lee, that I'm a little bit intrigued by now, I don't know if I could do Netflix with ads. I'm not going to lie. It really does depend on what the content is. So if it's you know, if the 5 to 10% content that isn't going to be available, if they say, hey, remember all those banana comedians that we gave anybody who could get in front of a camera for an hour and tell stupid jokes, especially if they're woke ones, we're going to give you a Netflix comedy special. Now, if they wiped all of those off, leave Chappelle on there, pretty much all the other ones, garbage. Get them out of there. Some of the other original content, garbage. I'll take that. But if they come out today or when it launches, they're better off getting in front of it. Because if they don't get in front of it, say they launch the subscription November 3rd, and people go to watch something that they planned on watching and it's not there, that's gonna start a social media banana storm. Okay, you know. Hey, we just got Netflix. I've signed up for that. Here, I'm going to watch Stranger. Wait, it's not on here. All I get is reruns. Oh, there's no Stranger Things, but we do have Perfect Strangers. You know, so I think it's going to be something like that. It really, really hinges on the content. And I don't know which way it's going to go. But what the point I was trying to make is that Netflix has also said and they took a shot at Hulu on this as far as saying commercials aren't going to be repetitive. You won't see the same commercials ad after ad. Basically, or allegedly, the technology that they're using makes it so that you're seeing fresher ads, things like that. They say there's going to be no political ads. There's going to be no reverse mortgage ads, things like that. It's going to be more cutting edge. It's going to be tech ads. It's going to be things like that. Yeah. Well, we've kind of got away from that, tennis. We've kind of got away from that. We all cut the cord to plug set. We cut one cord to plug 7 cords in. That's what I tell people. They're like, "Oh, I cut the cord years ago," and I'm like, "Did you? Did you now? How many streaming services?" And they're like, "Oh, well, I got Hulu. I got this." I said, "So you basically unplugged one cord and plugged a whole power strip in, is what you're telling me." And then they get mad at me and tell me, "Well, I still pay less." Maybe you do. Maybe you do. But yeah, it's I don't know. I'm interested in what Walmart does, and you guys can tell me to shut up because I know I probably appear to be a Walmart fanboy, which I absolutely am not. But I call it like I see them, and if that Walmart Plus gains traction and they're able to offer free grocery service delivery, which they're offering around here, I could see it pick up. And as they're looking to do an Amazon Prime type thing. And Prime has come a long way. Not just I'm talking about Prime streaming. They've come a long way in the last 5 years. They went from kind of a little bit of a marketplace, somewhere you could rent and buy movies, to actually having content. Will Walmart go that route? I mean, hell, Walmart has their own streaming service. All they got to do is they could stream security cameras from any of their stores and it would be entertaining. So yes, I love some Belky. So I'm interested in this earnings call. I'm going to be listening today. I want to get it right from the horse's mouth and see exactly what Netflix plans are. And I put some information in that video as far as maybe Netflix being undervalued. And I'm not saying that it is. I'm not saying that at this price, but they're definitely in a much better spot than they were. I think we see that coming, tennis. I think so. They're in negotiations right now because ESPN Plus is an absolute disaster. You won't get that from them. They won't tell you that. They'll tell you that it's successful, and it's only having any success because it's bundled. But we have more talks of Disney kind of breaking up Hulu, selling Hulu off. They're trying to figure out what to do with ESPN Plus. I don't know. I think they should make it its own standalone thing. Because as much as I really don't care for ESPN, I would. So I got an ESPN Plus subscription bundled with Hulu and Disney that I get free from Verizon. So I don't pay anything for it, but I don't use it either. It's got a few good things. But like I said, it's ridiculous to have an app of a channel but not be able to watch the stuff from the channel on there. So all ESPN would have to do, even if they want to up the price a little bit, package it with their, give a live stream on there of their real ESPN. I think it would be brilliant. I don't understand why they're not doing it. They won't learn until they're out of business, tennis. They won't learn until they're out of business. And eventually, if we haven't seen it, we'll probably never see it in the television world. We'll probably never see another sports channel take over ESPN. But I think in many ways, so many other kind of smaller channels have taken it over. ESPN doesn't have anywhere near the programming they once had. They tend to have biases that are very apparent nowadays, and I think most people don't want to hear that crap. I think most people want to hear about sports. Okay. But even sports media, great clip. I don't know if any of you guys seen it. The interview after the Tampa Bay Buccaneers game. Todd Bowles, he's a black coach, was coaching against another black coach, Mike Tomlin, who I believe is the longest tenured coach in the NFL, has more respect than anything. And so they're asking him these questions. Oh, how does it feel that you were coaching against another black coach? And the guy, God bless Todd Bowles, we need more people like him. He was like, we don't look at each other as a black coach or a white coach. We look at each other as coaches. We look at each other as people. And then they're like, but you got to admit, it must feel good because you guys are the only, And he was like, no. He was like, it doesn't, because that's not who we are. We're not the racists. You are. And he didn't say that. He didn't go that deep into her. But he said the minute that you guys stop making a big deal about this, we will. And it's like, it was nice to see. It was nice to see the media put in their place. It was nice to see those leading questions. You take everything and want to make it an issue that's not there. And like I said, I applaud Todd Bowles for standing up to it. He could have easily played into it. He could have easily played the victim card. But I think he was completely insulted, because I think what she was insinuating is, well, what's your thoughts? You only got this job because you're black. So can you tell us how you feel about it? And it was ridiculous. And I'm not saying it was an ESPN reporter, but that is sports in a nutshell. Let's take something that's pure. Let's take something that's and I'm not saying that there's no racism in the NFL or other sports, but like, I don't know, when I look at sports, a lot of times I see that as one of the last places that I see racism. I see people of all colors, creeds, sizes doing what they do. Yeah, very Morgan Freeman like. And it's funny, you're the second one. That was Junk Savvy's exact response yesterday. And I said, well, funny, you never seen Morgan Freeman on Don Lemon after that. And her comeback was even better, because I don't think we'll be seeing him around anymore either. Yeah, and I don't, like I said, Grumpy, that's... I gotta write that text. I want to see when that contract ends, Grumpy. So I'll look into that. Because, yeah, I think you're 100% right. I think UFC is keeping it up. But I think, I don't know how long-term that contract is. I feel like it was coming up. They may have signed an extension. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Every time I see that, tennis, when they have cornhole on, I'm reminded of the scene in Kingpin when they're panning through the bowling alley. And they're like, it just shows a bunch of like overweight guys drinking beer and eating pizza. And then they go to Roy Munson and he's just like, man, he's like, it's so intimidating to be surrounded by such great athletes. But, ESPN Ocho needs content too. No, they don't. They don't, tennis. They don't. And it's just ridiculous. Well, U.S. farmers received nearly $800 million in loan relief from Agriculture Agency. I would love to see where that $800 million actually goes. Because I agree with tennis, not nearly enough. And then where that'll go to is going to be even less. You know what I mean? It's because it will go. Even in that, it'll go to farmers that check certain boxes. You know what I mean? It won't be dealt out on an even scale. It won't be dealt out on how hard workers they are or things like that. It'll be dealt out on whose vote can we buy? Oh, nice, non-refundable. Nice. I mean, we pay for the ticket, but we got a group of guys that we watch football every week. There's 5 of us, so it's not a big deal. I don't mind paying for content at all, if it's good. And the Sunday ticket just happens to be like one of the few things that I'm willing to pay for. And, you know, I understand that I'm kind of hypocritical because I talk a big game and I still watch the NFL, and I always will. Because I separate that BS. Like, I don't endorse the owners of the NFL. I don't endorse that POS Goodell. I can't say I don't spend money on stuff because I do have a lot of Raiders stuff. But yeah, I don't agree with the ideology. I don't agree with a lot of that, but I also don't boycott it. So in a sense, that does make me a hypocrite. I can admit that. But you know what? I'll always have that first time I seen Bo Jackson touch the ball. I don't care. I try to relive that every time I watch a Raider game, and I always will. Meta, Facebook parent company Meta to divest Giphy following ruling by UK antitrust watchdog. So they own, is it Giphy or Jiffy? I never know. I'm a little bit confused on that though. So they have to get rid of that? Let's see if I can get an article. Thank you for that, Sabrina. Sorry for being confused. Oh. I couldn't find Tennis, this is right up your alley too. So we had a great conversation yesterday about Snapchat and some of the other social media apps and where they're going. But did you know this, Tennis? There is a new social media app that asks teens to say nice things to each other, and it has topped the iPhone downloads, beating WhatsApp and Facebook. Okay, get this. Gas, a new age teen app, has surpassed Be Real and Meta platforms, Facebook and WhatsApp, in popularity on the Apple Store. Since it's, what happened? Gas is currently the most popular iPhone app, despite being available only in some regions. At the time of this writing, it was the first one on the list of social networking apps downloaded in the App Store. Since its launch, users have downloaded the app more than 500,000 times. So how does that beat everything else with 500,000? But I go on. So Gas asks teens multiple choice questions, primarily to compliment each other. What is this crap? It lets users choose yearbook-style superlatives like, the most beautiful person you have ever met, and have a great summer. Launched in August, Gas was developed by Nikita Beer, Isaiah Turner, and David Schatz. The app is acquiring 10,000 users and answering 1 million polls per hour, tweeted Beer. Don't you love when people use another social media platform to talk about their social media platform? It's like people that wear long sleeve shirts under short sleeve shirts under long sleeve shirts. So, yeah, Tennis, keep an eye out for Gas. Let me know if the kids are using it. It's designed, this is their kind of statement. Gas is designed to be a safe place to interact with friends. Users can only interact through polls and with people they have accepted as friends. Unlike apps like Snapchat or Instagram, we do not support messaging between users. So they're 100% only trying to collect data. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. This is a way to get people to just give up information and data. So if you have teens out there, keep them off that stuff. What a joke. What a freaking joke. Gas. I love that they use it because that's you're getting another pump, Birdie. Yeah, not quite the pump that we seen earlier. Getting a little upside. I still feel, Birdie, I feel like we end the day either close to the green or close to the red or in the red. I don't even know what pickleball is. We got this one thing, Tennis, called Fireball out here that they play on the reservation, where they light the ball on fire and basically play soccer with a ball that's on fire. I've never played, but I've watched. Yes. Like when people use a Twitter post to tell Twitter they have left Twitter. Yeah. I see those ones on Facebook all the time. That's it. I've had enough of Facebook. I am finally leaving. Please don't ask no questions. And then 2 days later, another post and another post. Or those other ones, Junk Savvy. Need thoughts and prayers. Please don't ask no questions. Well, if you're not going to tell me why you need them, then you're not going to get them. You're just looking for attention. You're looking for people to ask questions so that then you can be offended by those questions. Southern Company today announced a regular quarterly dividend of 68 cents per share on the company's common stock payable December 6, 2022 to shareholders of record as of November 21st. So if you hold any of that SO through November 21st, you will get that dividend paid out December 6th. NASDAQ still up 0.58%, the S&P up 0.68%, and the Dow up 0.7%. So still hanging on to some green. Going into trader lunch, we got about 6 minutes. And I think today, guys, I'm going to leave the stream up at noon. And feel free to go about your lives. I'll leave the charts up, things like that. My plan, though, is come tomorrow. So just to keep you guys all informed, because you guys have been so amazing. So I think what I'll do... I'm going to work tonight on getting a setup here for the hours kind of between 12 and 3. This way I can leave the stream up, have a little bit of a different setup, probably start a little bit earlier in the pre-market and create something different than what you're seeing right now so that I can have, maybe some more stuff changing. So... still going to try to keep the same hours as far as when I'll be on. We'll do 9 to 12 and then 3 to 4. And obviously, if something, if there's anything out of the ordinary going on, I'm going to be right back on. And again, appreciate you guys sticking around, but please don't feel pressured. Please don't feel like you have to stay in here. We're just going to try out a few different methods this week. That's all. Martini Mafia taking the stairs so they can have dessert. I like it. Birdie, I gotta say, I'll tell you what, Fireball is, it's very interesting to watch. It is, very, very interesting. Oh, I know, non-refundable. I worked on and off of one for almost 7 years. Yeah. But he was the best owner I ever worked for. Amazing guy, amazing story. Hopefully one day you guys will hear the story of Smokin' Joe. Hopefully somebody makes a biopic, because literally one of the, we talk about self-made all the time. We talk about Bezos. We talk about this guy, that guy. You want to talk about self-made. You look at Smokin' Joe Anderson. Google that name. The guy literally went from having 2 cartons of cigarettes in a broken down trailer. And I am not exaggerating when I say 2 cartons of cigarettes, a broken down trailer, and not a penny to his name, and built that to probably billionaire status. If not billionaire status, very close. Awesome guy, one of the, a true success story, and the best part about him, the guy has given back. Say he's made $500 million in his life, he's probably given $100 million of it back. Just and not in a tax write-off kind of way, not in a my accountant's handling this kind of way. I'm talking about straight cash to people that need it. Every single day, I ran a store for him in a mall where we would give away more money on any given day than we brought in. And I'm not talking profits. I'm talking we would do, $2,000-$3,000 in business, which is a lot at a store that you're selling mainly $1, $2 items. And we would give away $2,500. And he was just an awesome guy. Just, I don't have any regrets. I left working with him on great terms. That was when I had Nikki, and my life changed, but I don't regret working for him for a minute. It was a great experience, a great time in my life. Had a lot of fun, learned a lot. Done with the market today. I like it. I like it, Tennis. Thank you for being here, my friend. You always make it great. All you guys, I wouldn't have nobody to talk to if it wasn't for you. So, appreciate you being here, brother. Sabrina with some GameStop news. On Monday, October 17th at 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Ryan Cohen tweeted a photo to his 352,000 followers. The image has over 13,000 likes, and despite not having a caption, is generating a buzz amongst investors. The photo features Cohen standing next to legendary investor Carl Icahn. There is an office chair behind them and what appears to be a table, which could suggest the two held a meeting of sorts. Interesting. So we got to put the pieces together on that one, Sabrina, but I love a good mystery. Non-refundable, I am not sure. I'm hoping everything is good with him. I have reached out. I'm hoping that he is sleeping because the guy goes 24/7. And, I know you guys might not see it as much as me working on the back end stuff, but really when you do see him, throw him a little bit of appreciation because he has been busting his butt on stuff that you guys probably aren't seeing, stuff that, maybe isn't, not that it's not important, but it's not public stuff like this. And, I've never, he's still here. He's still here. My best friend is his head accountant. Yeah, he's still running. So non-refundable. He was the first Native American to manufacture his own cigarettes. And that was my first job with him. Was I would go around the country selling cigarettes. I would call up stores, go to trade shows, do things like that. And now, he got screwed over by a couple people. He had bought a bunch of stuff outside of the reservation in downtown Niagara Falls. He's if you ever seen the episode of The Office when they get married in Niagara Falls, he built a snow park that's in that episode. It ended up he ended up losing like $6 million on it. It turned out to be a bust. But he was trying. There was so much pushback from the city of Niagara Falls and anything that he was trying to do off the reservation that it was tough. But he always tried. He tried, and eventually he said enough's enough, and he owns a hotel right in downtown Niagara Falls. But all his other property that he owned off the reservation, he packaged it all together and sold it all back to the state. So they bought like $64 million worth of property off him, maybe about 5 years ago. But he's still the most ambitious person. You would never know he's a millionaire, number one. The guy wears khaki shorts and a blue t-shirt just about every day. He dresses up when he has to, but just such a common guy, always looking to he's crazy. He's crazy, but just an amazing dude. He's the type of dude, non-refundable, where when you're around him, you just feel energized. Like you can't, because he's just always on the move. He's always thinking. Dude would call me at 3 o'clock in the morning, just because in the middle of the night an idea would come to him. Like, hey, what are you doing? It's like, what do you mean, what am I doing? It's 3 o'clock in the morning. What do you think I'm doing? And most of the time it was some nonsensical stuff, but That's the price you pay when you get paid salary. I learned that. Salary and hourly. I'm still waiting for that week. They tell you when you go on salary, like, some weeks you'll work more than 40 hours, but then some weeks you work less. Yeah, I never worked less than 60 hours when I got paid salary. Yeah, he's a pioneer, man. And I asked him one time, I said, why don't you have somebody write a biography about you or something? And he was just like, if that happens, I'll be going to jail for the rest of my life. So, take that for what it's worth. All right, guys, it's 12:04. I am going to leave the stream up. We'll try that out today. I'm going to go get some lunch. I have to do a few things around the house that kind of have to be done. You guys go, relax. Again, appreciate anybody that stays in. Please don't feel obliged. Please don't feel just trying to see what works better, algorithm style and all that, if we do 2 separate videos or if we do snow park and then non-refundable. Here, I'll throw a picture in the well, here, I'll wait. Check I'll put it in the Discord in a minute. So my job, non-refundable, I went from selling cigarettes, then I opened a store in the mall for them, and yada, yada, yada. Next thing you know, I'm running a Native American dance show downtown in a big-ass theater that he spent like $6 million on. I was running a dance show, a Native American dance show, a buffet that we were pumping 500 people, and we had a half hour to get these people through. I was pumping 500 people through this buffet, and these were people coming on buses from New York City. It was crazy. It was crazy, and you know what? I would have never been able to work at the level that I worked at there without him. I'm sure he would. I'm sure he would. And like I said, my best friend is, I have a bunch of best friends. One of them is his head accountant. The other one, the one that's a Raider fan that I watch all the Raiders games with, he's got my old job. So when I went and started running stores, he was looking for a career change. So he took my job selling cigarettes. I went and started running retail stores and stuff. So yeah, they're still with him. And yeah, I think that's definitely something I could look into because he's all about it. And like I said, he's all about giving back. He really is. In all seriousness, I've never met somebody with a bigger heart in my life than that dude. Somebody that's so thankful for what he has. Zero arrogance about him. Zero, like I said, you would never know what he is. And I know I'm sounds like I'm really fanboying this dude, but like if you were from this area and you said his name, you're not gonna. Well, there's haters everywhere, but you're gonna hear nothing but good. And he's he's a mentor. He was a mentor in many ways, and like I said, I learned so much about business. I learned so much about life, so much about what's really important in life. Very, very cool. I was thinking about that, but I don't think he'd like that, Ace Lee. Maybe I can get him to sit down though, because it would really be a number one seller if someone was able to put that together. All right, guys, I am going to go get some lunch. You guys hang tight. Again, go out into the real world if you need to. Appreciate each and every one of you guys, and if not by sooner, I might be back a little bit sooner. I like to just say 3 because Nikki gets out at 2:48, so it gives me just enough time to get home and get back on. But I will be around. Anybody needs me, hit me in the DM, and yeah, I'll see you guys in a little bit. Again, thank you guys for everything. We're gonna keep this momentum, keep rocking and rolling, and I will talk to you guys in a little bit. All right, welcome back, guys. Good to see everybody here. How's everybody doing? Yes, junk savvy. The market is dipping. We got the Nasdaq still up 0.42%. We've got, We've got the S&P up 0.72, the Dow up 0.79. Drastic dip from where we were earlier. Hope you guys are all having a great afternoon. Oh, I see we had a little bit of a bot attack. I missed it. I was waiting for Nikki. I did want to bring you guys a quick clip just to give you the White House, what their thoughts on the economy are. So just want to play this clip real quick.
Steve was asking, what is President Biden's top domestic priority now? Is it inflation or is it abortion?
The president's going to continue to talk about issues that matter to the American people. And abortion is one of them. Majority of the American people disagree with the decision that the Supreme Court made, the Dobbs decision.
Ignore the abortion talk. I'm just getting to the economy talk.
When it comes to the economy, the president has made it very, very clear. When it comes to inflation, it is his number one economic priority, and he is doing everything that he can to make sure that we lower prices for the American people.
It's his number one economic priority. We've heard the president say inflation is his top domestic priority, but now he's saying come next year, his first bill would be abortion related. So is his number one domestic priority abortion or is it inflation?
Well, let's not forget what the president has done the last 19 months. He has made the economy his top priority. He's passed the American Rescue Plan, by the way, as you heard me say all the time. No Republicans voted for that in Congress, and it was a plan that helped us get back on our feet with the economy, that helped us gain or create 10 million jobs that we had lost. It also put money in people's pockets. It also makes sure that businesses were able to open up. Schools were able to open up. People were able to go back into their homes, save their homes.
People were able to get back into their homes.
There's a bipartisan infrastructure legislation.
That's a new one.
Which was again to invest in ports, invest in the infrastructure that was dwindling. And so that is something that he did. The Inflation Reduction Act, that is lowering costs for the American people. He is working on the economy every day. We just announced yesterday, hearing aids. 30 million people are going to benefit from hearing aids, saving thousands of dollars a year. So that's working on the economy every day.
So he said he's been working on the economy every day for 19 months. Now Bloomberg economists are forecasting a 100% chance of a recession. So how is it that we can be barreling towards a recession and the economy is, as the president says, strong as hell?
So here's the thing about the economy, and I've said this many times. You've heard this from Secretary Yellen. You've heard this from Brian Deese, who runs our Economic Council, is that what we are seeing right now is the job market is strong. The labor force is strong. And that is not what we see usually before a recession. And so, and a lot of that is because of the work that this president has done. We are seeing an economy that is resilient. We are seeing an economy that is going into a transition with more stable growth, more steady growth, and that is because of the work that this president has done. That is because of the economic policy that he has put forward. And let me remind you, the economic policy that he's put forward is about building the economy from the bottom to the top and the middle out. And that is so important because it means that we leave no one behind. It means that there's equity in everything that he puts forward. And so, again, you're going to hear from...
All right, so that's all I wanted to just show you guys officially what the state of the economy is and what the messaging is. So everything's good, guys. I don't know if you guys have seen. Working hard. Sorry to expose you guys to it. This is how I spend my free time. I'm a glutton for punishment. And, hey, again, not trying to make anything political. This is our country. This is our life. It's not about what little letter they have. This is a representation. And if you can honestly look at this and say, oh, it seems like they're being honest with us, then I don't know what to tell you. So get out there, and again, guys, vote for people. Vote for people that are going to make change. Don't just go out and vote for somebody because of the letter next to their name. The music make it sound like a comedy clip. Hey, I'm sorry. You know, I know you guys are busy people. I know you guys don't you know, you guys aren't gluttons for punishment. You don't sit through things like that. I do. I do it for you. And you know, I'm not trying to spur any controversy, nothing like that. I am just trying to show you what they're presenting us, and maybe you agree. Maybe you think this economy is resilient. Maybe you think everything's good. I don't. I could have got even further, but she didn't answer another question after that. That was the closest thing to answering a question that we had. Great questions on Saudi Arabia brought up to her. And I agree with this. So you've got the pushback on Saudi Arabia. You got the pushback on OPEC Plus. The question presented to them was, we are at pre-invasion levels. Okay, so why is Saudi Arabia wrong? She couldn't really answer it. So we'll see what happens. Lobo, you need some help in Discord, brother? I got you. Whatever you need. What you doing? What happened? What did I miss? I'm sorry, guys. I had to, so right when I got off, the rain had let up. I attempted to get my grass cut real quick. That's another story altogether. Yeah, but Grumpy, I don't know if you heard her, Spot. You will be able to get a discounted hearing aid soon. So, you know, and not that I'm discounting cheap hearing aids. I'm all for it. I'm 1,000% for it. But I think pointing out that you just made a deal on some hearing aids, and even looking at those hearing aids, I did a little research into that. Let's not get carried away with that. Okay, so what they're doing is they're making Walmart have the ability to sell you something that's not really a hearing aid under the guise of it being a hearing aid. So now you have the opportunity to go waste money at Walmart first because you can't afford the real hearing aid. You'll have the opportunity, though. This is great. You can go waste the money at Walmart and then have to go to a doctor anyways and get it done. So making strides. Oh, sorry guys. Why do I need to just ban myself from the White House channel. Temporarily, permanently, whatever. So we are still crashing down a little bit, guys. The NASDAQ holding on to a little bit of gains, up 0.33%. Let's check out this heat map. Okay, heat map, a lot changed since our last go around. So little bit of red now. All the semiconductors getting hammered. Bigger tech, Apple, Microsoft, down slightly. A little bit more red in here. Still a pretty green day, all things considered. Netflix, okay, only down 2%. They were down a little more earlier. And of course, Netflix with their earnings coming up here in just a few hours. And we got our beloved meme stocks still holding some weight. Ape, beautiful day, up over 11%, $2.11 on Ape. AMC up 3.3%, $6.57. GameStop holding 2.5%. Gains $26.60. Well, and you know, I've never used a hearing aid. I don't know personally, but when this was that when it was introduced, a gentleman that I listen to that does a podcast that uses hearing aids and has used them his whole life, kind of pulled the curtain, peeked behind the curtain on that. So take it for what it's worth. Again, I have no firsthand experience. I think it's a stretch though when that's the selling point of an economic recovery, is that we have affordable hearing aids. When people can't eat, people can't heat their houses. I think most of those people in that situation aren't going to want that hearing aid because they ain't going to want to hear what's going on around them. Yeah, I got skunk-like tendencies right now. I'm not gonna lie. I smell like a man. Hey, it's gotta get done. I gotta get my snow fence up. I gotta keep the backyard good. The puppy is not gonna like the snow fence. So what about you guys? Who's making moves today? What have you guys been doing? I know it's been it's been sideways for the most part. I watched a little media, like I said, did some yard work, but tried to keep myself in tune with what's going on. There you go. Seriously, Lobo, you got any questions? Just hit me up, brother. You know you can DM me anytime, my man. And it is, we joke, but there is, Discord can be overwhelming. It easily can. I've used Discord for years. Luckily, me and a couple of my friends, we had set up a Discord probably 5 years ago that we've just kind of used for chat and stuff. But I'm still constantly seeing new features, things that I never knew existed, stuff like that. Ah, yes, I seen that, Birdie, and I see that you also spell October with a K over in the Netherlands. I like that. Calls for October 28th at the $60 strike. I like it, Birdie, and I'll tell you why. It gives you enough time out. I think no matter what, we're gonna see some swings between then. Even if we end up green at the end of that, Birdie, I think we're gonna see. So the SQs right now 57.78. I like it. You don't need a whole lot of movement, and with what we've had the past 2 days, Birdie, I think I think even a healthy retrace gets you into the money on that, let alone a complete turnaround. Yeah, well, we're seeing that. We're seeing that right now, Junk Savvy, as we see. I got the NASDAQ top 10 up there. Microsoft, and this isn't in particular order. This isn't in how they're weighted. But you got Microsoft down now. Both Google's still hanging on to a little bit of green. Amazon up, but down from those highs, up about 1%. Tesla now in the red. Meta now down 1%. Nvidia down 0.5%. Pepsi's just a monster. Costco still up 1/4, and Apple down. Apple the biggest. It's great too because Lobo, talking to Birdie in the Discord, I swear it makes you more intelligent. It happened to me, it could happen to you. Birdie is like using the game genie. He enhances you. Next thing you know, you're talking in an accent, saying pip pip cheerio. Things like that, Lobo. It's awesome. So some of the big runners, MindMed, pulled back, still up 6.5% at $3.05. Cybin holding those gains, $1.56 on Cybin, still up 2%. That SLRX we talked about earlier, continuing to fall, down now 46% at $2.71. What else? Grumpy's DNUTs still moving, up 1.5% for Krispy Kreme. Moving up on that McDonald's news at $13.14. KPRX, well done on you guys that got out of that. It's all about perspective. Tennis, I know you're busy out there, but I know your first sale was at $8.72, something along there. Currently down at $7.96. Just hit $8. So good exit there. And this is kind of just what we said would happen with KPRX, and I'll be watching it over the next few weeks to see if that theory holds true. When you have this trial data, you see a big spike on the news, and then you see a slow decline, like I said, as we get into as we look towards the next catalyst. NRBO, that's another one. That one ran up to 14.30, still hanging on to just a little bit of green at 12.60. Carnival Cruise holding those 10% gains above that $8 mark, 8.07 on CCL. What's up, non-refundable? Twitter up 2%. So that's 51.85. So question about that. I also caught this while I was kind of media scanning. Caught the Kanye or Ye interview with Chris Cuomo. Boy. Now, and I'm only bringing this up. I'm bringing this up because of this. What do you guys think? First off, have we seen any price on the Parler purchase? I haven't seen a price tag on it. But you now have Kanye with potential lawsuits coming. I don't know. I know, Bertie. So he's got potential lawsuits on his comments in regards to George Floyd. Going to be interesting because in a normal world, you would say, well, not that I agree with what he's saying. He may be right. But in what kind of world, when you make a statement like he made, and I'm not going to say what he said, you guys can see what he said for yourself. But this goes back to the precedent set with the Alex Jones case. So look for Kanye to be in the news coming up. And like I said, the reason that I ask is because if he does have to pay out some astronomical, now we know civil suits don't always get paid out. We know that Alex Jones isn't going to hand somebody $1 billion because Alex Jones doesn't have $1 billion. But we know that Kanye, maybe not $1 billion in cash, but we know his assets are up there. So just like Alex Jones, I don't think Alex Jones himself was the center point of that story by any means. You're free to disagree with him, to hate the guy, to think that he's full of bananas, and that's fine. I think he is a lot of the time too. But the issues are a lot deeper, and I think we need to keep an eye on where this goes with Kanye, and I don't know. And I mean, to bring it full circle, that's probably good for Twitter. If Kanye's financials get held up at all, it could stop the move forward with Parler. So, something to keep an eye on. Well, yeah, I'd rather say Hootenwarken, but that only works in the morning, Bertie. So once I get to the afternoon, I don't have anything left to say. I need good morning, good afternoon, and good night in Dutch. Awesome, Lobo. Glad everything went good with the pup. I know how that feeling, and I know the love that you got for him. So very cool. Well, Bertie, that brings it back to that Americanized point of view. We hear an accent, and there's not many. You're either Australian, English, or Asian, or Indian. That's pretty much like the only 4 accents that I recognize and kind of put it. I mean, I obviously know you're not English, Birdie, and know that you don't talk that way, and I'm evolving. What are those? Did he really? I gotta check that out, Grumpy. What are those calls? Non-refundable. What's the expiration on them? I know you were playing. What were they? $55 calls? I think. Might be wrong. But I thought 55. I thought you played them just above the buyout price. Oh, Elon's been going hard. I haven't been watching all his tweets. Talking about starting a donate option for Starlink. Still can't get over that burnt hair. 55 and 54. And when did they, what's the expiration on them? Non-refundable. Ooh, Jack in the Box introduced its new off-premise only restaurant prototype with opening of new location in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Alright, well, it expires on a perfect date. Okay, so one's 11/11. That's my son's birthday. Perfect day. And 12/16. Yeah, I think it's probably because so let me take a look. And I don't trade Twitter a lot, non-refundable at all. So tough for me to yeah, and it's probably because it's just stayed in this channel from $50 to $52 since the 3rd of October. So I think once we, and it's trading about a little bit under volume. I don't know. I think it's probably because the options chain probably isn't as active with the sale being up in the air. If I had to guess, again, I don't play the options, so I don't know how they move. But I would be confident. I would be confident you're still up there. As soon as we get any kind of news that the sale is being finalized, something like that, I think we should see some movement, because you need it to get volatile. You need it to get volatile for those premiums to really go up. What's up, Tiny? Thank you for coming back for Power Hour. Great to see you. $28th. I'd like to tell you that you should be good. Let me see if I can get the date. So they gave that kind of 1 month extension. As far as the trial goes. So I'm not sure the exact date. Let me see if I can get the exact date when that was issued. Oh yeah, I forgot we have that whole investigation going on too, so that could so Twitter wants Elon Musk correspondence with SEC and FTC over a merger deal. I don't know. I mean, if they're investigating it, we've seen kind of what happened with DWAC on how they had to, how the SEC investigation hindering them. I guess we just got to take it one day at a time, non-refundable. I will absolutely keep you posted with any news that as I see it. I just don't want to give you any false hope, brother. That's all. I think we should still have about a end of October, beginning of November time frame with them pushing that extension out a month. But you never know. And it's not necessarily doom and gloom because we know the SEC picks and chooses what they go after. Still waiting to hear anything about those subpoenas from August of 2021 with GameStop. They'll get around to it. I'm sure they're doing hearing aid regulation as we speak, things like that. Bigger fish to fry, so. But you'll be all right. Don't stress it. Don't stress it. Just keep a good eye on it. And I would have, and depending on what platform, some you can put until expiration. You can put a sell order in. Some platforms you have to, when it comes to calls, you can only put a sell order in that's good till the end of the day. So you may have to read that up. But I would, if that's the case, I would put sell orders in just to be safe. Hey, there he is. He's alive. Not your fault. You're all good. Just tell me that you were sleeping. Tell me that you were catching up on sleep. I was worried about you, brother. I reached out to Katie. I seen she actually just got back to me. No, I figured, and I told these fine folks, you don't know the meaning of sleep. I know you've been burning it on both ends. So I'm hoping that you were able to get some sleep today, man. You got to take care of yourself. I appreciate what you're doing. You know that. And just like I told you yesterday, I said, Enzo, we aren't going to agree on everything. And we don't have to. I'm going to be a banana about some stuff. You're going to be a banana about some stuff. I said, but one thing you never need to try to prove to me is your work ethic or that you've been taking care of stuff. I said, I see it. I see it every day. That's because he goes to the wall, man. He goes to the wall. He wants this thing to be successful more than anyone, and he's putting in the work to prove it. So don't feel bad. Just tell me that you got some sleep or you had to take care of something. It's never like that, brother. It's never like that. Oh, okay. Well, see, that's even. You know right there, brother. You know right there. Our kids come first, and hopefully it was just a stomach bug. It would be even better if he did it on purpose. That would be, that would be my kind of kid. But I hope he's good. Yes, take care of him. That's what's important. You know that. Nikki, I almost got him the laser background today, but I couldn't pull the trigger. I couldn't do it to him. Yes, they still have the laser background. It was his yearbook picture day. Okay, so Birdie Hunter laying it all out there, saying as long as Enzo makes the SPY drop, he's cool. Where we at on the SPY? Only up 0.7%, so we got the S&P holding 0.75% gain, the Dow up 0.81, and the NASDAQ up about 0.5%. And we've got 31 minutes left in this terrific Tuesday. We got Netflix earnings after the bell. Who did I say tomorrow? We do got a few earnings before the bell tomorrow. Nothing that I think is going to be too. Just bought more Tesla puts. Bought more Tesla puts to 200 2 weeks out. Not bad. Yeah, so before the bell tomorrow, we've got Travelers, Ally, Abbott Labs, Procter & Gamble. Baker Hughes, ASML. So nothing that should dictate the move. And I don't, it's not me saying that these companies are insignificant or anything like that. I just don't see them necessarily moving the market, kind of as we've had the banks have been in control Monday and Friday. And then after the bell tomorrow, we got Tesla, IBM, Lam Research, Sands, this WD-40. I still can't find a ticker symbol on that. I searched for about an hour last night, and I could not find a ticker symbol on WD-40. And then, so we still got a lot to go, though, guys. And then Thursday morning, we've got AT&T, American Airlines, Nokia, Alaska Airlines. Thursday after the bell, we got Whirlpool, CSX, Snapchat. And then rounding it out Friday morning, we've got Verizon, American Express, HCA Healthcare. And that's about it. No, I'm looking, I am looking non-refundable, maybe at playing something at the bell. I almost like this Netflix. I know it's gonna bite me in the banana though, if I do. I just think they're gonna be able to put enough fluff in their earnings. And then we look at it like they lost 970,000 customers on their last earnings call and shot up 7%. I get it, the expectations were anywhere up to 2 million, but still 970,000 to get celebrated. And like I said, I think this earnings call is going to be about projections, and we know when you project, you can pretty much say anything you want. So Netflix down 1.6% right now, 241.28. I am interested now. See, this is where non-refundable, though. I wouldn't be buying shares, only because I wouldn't be willing to put that risk up, at $241 a share. Tough to look that way. And calls are just as expensive. Calls are just as expensive, so I am staying away from this. I don't have anywhere near the conviction to pay almost $1,200 on the hopes that this thing moves up $9 on earnings. It very well may, and that may be why these premiums are so big. Too rich for my blood, though. Too rich for my blood for what I see as a gamble. And there goes the SPY. Back up, trying to cross that 371 mark. Birdie. Thank you, Grumpy. That is it. What's funny is if you type in like any version, well, now it's got it saved on there. When you type in any version of just like WD-40, it would not come up for me. Maybe I wasn't putting the space in the right place. But yes, that is it. WDFC. And their earnings, again, those were, tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow after the bell on WD-40. So it's going to be a greasy afternoon. Your Twitter trying to push up a little bit more, nearing that $52 mark, $51.91 on Twitter. Nvidia bust through back into the green. Nvidia up almost a full %. So a little late day charge from Nvidia. And let me see, are we seeing that all through the semiconductors? Oh yeah, this thing only opens, this thing only refreshes every 15 minutes on the heat map. Hellbiz came back to reality a little bit, ran all the way up. What was the high? 53 cents on Hellbiz. Trading back down now at 39.24 cents, still up 47% on the day. Excuse me. Yeah, Birdie, it's going to be interesting. And do you think the Ryan Cohen tweet with the names right over my head now? We know who he is too, Birdie. I'm sorry. Sabrina brought it up earlier. But he is he's an activist investor, same as Ryan Cohen. His mantra, looked a little bit into him, and I can get his name. I'll get his name for you in 1 second. He's a Warren Buffett type investor in the sense of finding value. His quote is, he typically buys into companies when nobody wants them. Is it about GameStop with Ryan Cohen? I don't know. With the picture that Ryan Cohen put out there, maybe something's coming. Maybe something's coming, and like you said, Birdie, that'll be 60 days. You have to think that at the very least some noise needs to be made. I mean, crimes were committed. Okay, whatever the intent was, Birdie, is kind of here or there. But we know for a fact that the dividend was distributed the wrong way. Now, if anybody's going to be held accountable, that's a different story. That's a different story, but Birdie pointing out, we'll be 60 days out on Thursday. That'll be the last day. How now, I got to ask you, Birdie, on the other side of that, if we don't see anything happen on Thursday, should we be worried? Or is it just another one of those, we just add it to the list? INPX. Oh, in Pixon. So what happened here? Dropped 43%. I gotta get into this. What was the reason for this drop? That's a huge drop, especially in a day like this. And this is just on an offering. So in Pixon shares dropped 38% after direct offering prices. Okay, so now this is one of those plays non-refundable that I was comparing the one Tennis was in on earlier, and that was RIBD or RIB Rice Brand Technologies, RIBT. So they did their private offering at $1.50 a share flat. Okay, so in Pixon, they did they sold $15 million of shares and warrants, and the combined purchase price for one share of common stock and associated warrants will be $5.85. And the combined purchase price for the pre-funded warrants and associated warrants will be $5.84.9. The warrants would be immediately exercisable, will expire 5 years from the date of issuance, and will have an exercise price of $5.85 per share of common stock. So, I mean, I think you still got upside there, because if people want to exercise these options, which they wouldn't be buying, or exercise these warrants, they wouldn't be buying them if, their plan wasn't to. So you got the stock sitting at $5.27 right now. I'm not seeing, unless I'm missing something else that is included in this. Non-refundable, not to give financial advice because we never do, but I feel way more comfortable in a rebound off of an offering than, say, like some of those stocks that we looked at the last couple of days that had some problems with the FDA, things like that. I'm much more comfortable putting my faith in a company that was able to just raise money off somebody or some entity has enough faith in the stock to spend $15 million on it, which is a big deal when you have a company with a market cap of $11.3 million. So I'd be more inclined to bet on that recovery than, say, a company that's having trouble with their only drug in the pipeline. I think you have a much better shot at recovery on this. Now, I'm not saying 100% this is going to go back up, but down 42%, you got to think that there's a lot of upside. Well, Birdie Hunter, I got to think that if we don't see anything, I agree, no worries. But I think that will push more people towards the DRS. I would love to get a chance to talk to my old friend Nick DePrima. I know he was very big on DRS. He promoted it. And he kept good tabs on the amount of DRS shares. And what I liked is he accepted that this wasn't going to be a, hey, everybody get out and just DRS their shares today. He understands that it's a process that over the upcoming year, 2 years, that eventually at the pace we're at, those DRS shares are going to represent the whole float. And I loved his commitment to that. No, not that guy, Junk Savvy. Thank you for that, though. I'll get you his name. He's not as big of an activist investor as a value investor. I would liken him more towards Buffett than more towards an activist, just from what I read about him. Again, I just did a quick little bit of research, and his thing was that he buys companies when nobody wants them. But going through some of the retweets and some of the comments and things like that, I got a little bit of inclination that not everybody is as excited about it. Wow, why can I not get his name? There you go, Carol Icahn. Thank you, Birdie. Yeah, so I don't know what to feel about him. I don't know a whole lot about him. He doesn't seem like any kind of saboteur. And then, so Junk Savvy, I did listen to a couple talking heads talking about Jeffrey Smith, and they were kind of in between on him. I mean, they weren't talking bananas about him or nothing like that. They were just saying that that his best move is to not be an activist investor in this in Salesforce. To more or less just, if it's not broke, don't try to fix it. And they said that's why they kind of can't understand it. They don't know what kind of changes he could be looking to what kind of changes he's looking to make. Yeah, I see what you're putting down there on INPX. I would just, again, non-refundable, you're gonna hate me because I'm just fudding up everything you're saying, and I don't mean to. Just take into account that big red candle on today's daily is a little bit of an anomaly because of the offering, which could be a good thing for the cup and handle. Could be a good thing for the cup and handle. But again, I would be totally comfortable with investing in something like this. Again, not financial advice. I have no time frame on when it's going to recover. I just like the stats. I like them. I like them on Rice Brand Technology too. When it comes to private investments, I just see it as this isn't last year. This isn't the beginning of last year where people, and when I say people, I don't mean me and you. I mean big investors, the investors that are buying these private listings, these private offerings. They had money to burn. Let's be honest. Last year it was a free for all. This year, right now, with everything the way it is, the way I just see it as a stronger purchase. I see it as if people are putting their money where their mouth is now, they're doing it for a good reason. And that doesn't mean that every stock that gets a private investor is going to be successful by any means. You know what I mean? But I just think it holds a little bit more weight right now. So I'll be keeping an eye on this IMPX. I'll be keeping an eye on that RIBT. And especially if you can get something. Now, like I said, this one's a little bit different because you have the warrant included. But you're still able to get the stock at a cheaper price than was literally just sold to somebody in a private offering. And then from that end, you also have to look at it non-refundable. Who has the most to gain from this going back above that price would be whoever just bought the $15 million worth of it. So they have an incentive to try to push the stock up. So we'll see. Hellbiz back over that 40 cent mark, 40.79 cents on Hellbiz. And Nvidia continuing to move. Nvidia up almost 1 full percent now. And just taking another quick look at this this heat map as things turn a little bit better. We got Microsoft, Apple back in the green. So another turned up market here at the end of the day. And I guess the question is, does this hold? What are you guys thinking for tomorrow? That's sometimes a good thing though, non-refundable. A lack of an options chain is sometimes a good thing, especially on these lower market caps. And then you know what that kind of forces is it forces people to have to buy the shares. So I think in something like this, low float, the float will be adjusted depending on the total amount of shares that came out. But you only got a 2 million float right now. Let's see, 15 million, 5. Maybe add another 3 million to that. So you're probably going to double the float, maybe a little bit more on this private investment, but I would be confident. Birdie likes Ape. I like it too. 2095 on APE. I'm still waiting for one of those days, Birdie, because I feel like we're going to have... we can't just keep seeing this kind of green, I don't feel. Maybe we can. You guys heard. You heard what the White House press secretary said. The economy's strong as hell. Jobs are thriving. Workforce is good. We got 15 starters coming back next year. 22 Letterman. Looking tough. Netflix earning beat or miss. They'll probably beat on earnings, Birdie, because I have to imagine that they're so tapered down on expectations that I would expect them to beat. I wouldn't necessarily expect the stock to pop on that beat. Like I said, I think the forward thinking is going to be key. I think that they need to address the content thing, which isn't something that maybe is addressed necessarily at earnings because maybe it's not the bottom line, but I think they need to lay out a strategy for that. I think they're going to put out some projections for what they expect to make per customer on the ad-based subscription. And maybe some kind of wild card, Birdie. This is the wild card too, is they may have numbers out of Latin America. So for instance, I think this started back in June when they started passively cracking down on password sharing. So if they have good numbers to support that, I know it's a small subsection of the broader market, but yes, I think they, and you know, it's going to be weird because it seems from the reports that I've seen that they've accepted the loss of North American customers, and that their focus may go to outside. You know, their focus may go to outside, which leads me to my next point, Birdie. With these global companies, you have to take the strength of the dollar as a hamper on their earnings, right? Because I think, I want to say 80% of their revenue comes from outside of North America. It might be closer to 60, so don't quote me on that. But yeah, well, yes, but then you have currency problems, Birdie. You have currency problems. So I don't know. They claim that their biggest growing marketplace is in Asia. And is there any correlation between Asia's policies as far as certain things? I mean, I've seen a video today where a guy in a Chinese airport had his little... Oh, man, do I still got that up there? I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was talking to you guys with the heat map still up. Apologize about that. His QR code came up red, Birdie. They had 4 goons in hazmat suits come up, throw them in a little hazmat car, and ship them off. So, with that being said, I guess statistically, Birdie, and again, this is just projection-wise because you can take anything into it. If you... No. What I'm saying, Birdie, is how they collect the money. Okay, so let's just say even numbers. They get $10 American from somebody, $10 in USD. USD is stronger than it's been in a long time. So that $10, take inflation out of it. And I know inflation is part of it, but just as far as the currency, so they're getting more for their dollar here. They're getting less overseas. So people that are paying in euros, people that are paying in pounds, things like that, currencies that have dropped, Netflix has to account for that on top of the inflationary issues. And Birdie, I'm waiting for my kind of CPA in the mail to be able to digest all that and give a more accurate opinion on it, because it is complex. And believe it or not, guys, I spent about 3 hours on Saturday really trying to understand it when I was putting together that Netflix video, and I'm man enough to admit that I still couldn't connect every dot. I couldn't put it all together. I'm sorry. I tried to understand it, to be able to present it to you guys in a way that really makes sense. And I had a very tough time wrapping my head around it. And that's the reason why, Birdie, because I tried looking at the numbers, taking inflation out of it, and I couldn't make sense of it, because you can't just take inflation out of it. You get what I'm saying? So either way, I think it's going to be an interesting earnings. I think we've seen kind of big splashes the last 2 Netflix earnings. Not so much the last one, not so much on the price action on Netflix, but it also kind of lays the groundwork for the upcoming other streaming services. So I think Netflix earnings affects Disney, partially affects Amazon, might affect Walmart if Walmart drops some kind of news about their streaming service. Obviously the smaller ones, Paramount Plus, we had that news earlier. I think they're shooting themselves in the foot, comparing themselves to Netflix and raising their prices because Netflix is. That makes no sense. So I think they're shooting themselves in the foot. You still got Peacock, you still got this, you still got that, you got HBO Max, you got lot of streaming services. But the same way that I feel Bitcoin represents cryptocurrency, I feel like until proven otherwise, Netflix is still the top streamer. There may also be news, Birdie, about the Microsoft partnership. And then what I'm looking forward to is, will Netflix push these out promotionally? Okay, so will Will anybody that will they be going to Verizon? Will they be going to AT&T? Will they be going to these services that like to provide incentives? And I've talked to many of you guys. I know we've all have different perks. Mine happens to be through Verizon. I don't get Netflix, but I did have, I forget what it was, where I got Netflix through something. It was some years ago, but it was a perk or something. I'm just wondering, with Microsoft, with Xbox, with Game Pass, is there going to be some connection? We know Netflix talked about getting into gaming. I think they're better off doing it through Microsoft, partnering with them that way, bringing Netflix into Game Pass or something. And, I wouldn't be surprised with some kind of blockbuster announcement like that. Actually, I would. But I think there's always a chance. Especially with Microsoft announcing all those layoffs today. Something like that, they could use good PR. So maybe they expand on kind of their partnership. All right, guys, 5 minutes. Sorry for all my yammering. We got the Dow up 0.97%, the S&P up 0.93%, NASDAQ up 0.2%. Holding a little HKD just in case. Hey, you never know. You never know. And we've seen what HK could do before. I'm on the fence with that, Birdie. I'm on the fence. I think a lot of people are a lot of talk when it comes to moralistic issues. If people didn't leave when they put that... if people didn't leave for issues when they put basically... I forget the name of it, but little toddlers in disgusting clothing and things like that. I've completely blocked it out of my memory of what the name of the show was. It was like the R-rated toddlers in tiaras, and a lot of people did leave on that account, Birdie. Maybe. I just think, and again, Americanized point of view, Birdie. I think when it comes down to it, I think a lot of people will say, Stranger Things or my morals. I gotta see what happens to that Demogorgon, so. The Sega channel was amazing. Grumpy. Not many people know about it. And they celebrated it, Birdie. They celebrated 1 million left. Well, 970,000 left. That's why they celebrated. But that's where I say I think the numbers get a little bit skewed, Birdie, because I think when it comes to Netflix, when it comes to Disney Plus, when it comes to Hulu, when it comes to all of these, I think that they should have to disclose the difference between me. Yes, that was it. It makes me ashamed to still have a Netflix account, if I'm being honest, Junk Savvy. But I do. I know I'm a hypocrite sometimes. What I would like to see, Birdie, is are these people that are actually paying for Netflix, or are these subscriptions that are built in with other stuff? Because it's real easy to pad the numbers when you just say, okay, we'll push out 1 million promotional accounts, flood them through this, different adversaries, and especially having Microsoft on their side. And again, the content is wearing out. The content, they got to keep things new and fresh. That's something that their catalog is great, but they're not going to be able to just live off of that. 1 minute, guys. Be sure to close out whatever trades you're making. Set yourself up for the morning. The SPY pushing here at the close. I'm not going to do it. I'm not making any moves. I kind of like the Netflix calls, but too rich for my blood, too risky. And I've got a skewed opinion of it. I looked at every expert you could think of that put something out on Netflix. I read it over the weekend, so I've got 100 different views flowing through my head. Best for me to just step away from it. All right, guys, the bell in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, ding, ding. We have concluded yet another Trader Day here at Outside the Charts. Thank you guys so much for being part of this day. Whew. And so what we finished nowhere near as green as we started, but still, nonetheless, another good day with the Dow finishing up 1.13%, the S&P finishing up 1.16%, and the NASDAQ bringing up the rear at 0.9%. Hey, David Birch. What's up, buddy? I'm ready to get on the campaign trail, baby. Let's go. We need some good leadership more than ever. Exactly my point, Birdie. Exactly my point. Thank you for proving it. Numbers are bananas anyway. I got an email from Disney this weekend because they bought ESPN. They bought the Dutch Football League rights. Now I have a Disney account while I don't want one. Yes. And that's where I feel like that's why I think these earnings could hit, because I think they can put it out there. Yeah, but be careful for this. Let's see if numbers came out yet. So Netflix popping, ran up to $267.95. I'm not even going to say anything yet non-refundable, because I wouldn't have bought shares, so it's not like I would have been able to buy and sell. I'll see how these calls open tomorrow morning, and then I'll go kick my own my man, David, my man. And I'll tell you what, I will return the favor to you tenfold, my man. Awesome, awesome. Glad to see you. I seriously hope all is well. I like a little bit of the color that you bring to the chat, my friend. You're an interesting guy, and we appreciate it. We like to get weird around here every once in a while, So we'll see if this Netflix holds. Netflix ran up to $267.95. So that, now I'm thinking these earnings are going to suck. Because that pop just scares me. But still moving up. Maybe we'll be right. Alright, guys. I am going to fly because I am going to try to go catch that earnings call. I got a hungry boy downstairs I need to make dinner for. It has been absolutely amazing today, guys. And the beauty is we're going to tune in and do it all over again tomorrow. So everybody have a fantastic evening. Thank you guys again. And come in lock and loaded tomorrow. It's hump day, baby. It's hump day. We're going to be covering these Netflix earnings. Anything else that comes up in between, we're going to be covering it. Oh, David. On that note, I'm going to go eat a light bulb and have a good night. All right, Bullfroggin, my man. I will hit you up in a little bit, Bullfroggin. All right, guys. Everybody have a fantastic night. Peace, love.